Boop, 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 boop. Wait. Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Petak. Hi, Brian. Hi, Onyx. And hi, Jameson. And hi, Forgetful. Hello. Hope you're doing good. It is Saturday, right? Yeah, it's Saturday. I feel so brave. I feel so brave for whatever reason. It feels weird, but everything's fine. Honestly, maybe I didn't drink. Yeah, I didn't drink coffee today. Oh no. Oh no. What if Kobo falls asleep today? Yikes! I'm probably gonna fall asleep today. Oh, maybe not. You know, Halo 2 is a banger of a game, honestly. So most likely not. Kobo will be fine. Anyways, I have a little bit of plan today. Well, I don't know if it's like plan or something, but I don't know how long Halo 2 would be, to be honest, right? I don't know how much more is there. So I'm thinking if I were to finish up Halo 2 early today, let's say like maybe 2 to 3 hours, I think. And once I finish that, I'm probably not gonna go straight to ODST. I'm probably gonna play Monsanto Stories 3 demo. Yeah. I want to look at Malzeno, since I've been told that there's Malzeno in Monsanto Stories 3, so hi malicious magpie. Welcome. So yeah, I think that's kind of a plan today. Also lately I've been like cleaning up around the house a little bit, since it's almost Lunar New Year. So yeah, Lunar New Year is fine, honestly. I'm probably gonna like not stream for a week during that week, which is next week, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm gonna travel to Kuching next. Oh my god, it is next week. Let's see. Calendar. Yeah, it is. So on February 15, my time here, I would travel to Kuching for a week. Let's see. So February 15 until February 21st. Yeah, that's the date. So not a big fan of traveling though, to be honest, since we're gonna drive. I'm probably gonna drive for 16 hours, I think. from Miri to Kuching is like so far. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the 20 streams, oh my god. Thank you. Also, hi Sarah. Oh. Hi Sarah. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. So yeah, that's kind of the plan, and not a big fan of traveling. I mean, especially driving for 16 hours. So I think 16 hours from Miri to Kuching is like minimum. Yeah, minimum I think, because from Miri to Bintulu is like 2.5 hours. Bintulu to Cebu is like another 2.5 hours, so that's 5. And then from Cebu straight to Kuching takes probably like 6 to 7 hours. Oh, that's 12. Okay, maybe it's not that bad, right? Maybe it's not 16 hours. Hopefully we can reach there earlier. I don't know. But it is what it is, right? At least we're traveling to Kuching, like the whole family is traveling to Kuching, so that mom can visit her relatives and, you know, her siblings as well. So at least that's good. So yeah, that's probably the things that's gonna happen next week. Next week. So obviously once I'm traveling, I will not be able to stream. Sure. Yeah. Anyways, head. Hey, I got Halo. Let me close this and this. Ooh, look at that. Wow. I've been playing for 24 hours? It doesn't really feel like it. But yeah, let's continue Halo 2. I don't know how much more is there, to be honest. We played until... So, we played until Grave Mine, teleported Master Chief into the Covenant ship, trying to get the key or something. And then we finished that part, and now we are playing as Arbiter. Yeah, we stopped at the Arbiter section because I was very hungry last night, so we're gonna continue there. And Grave Mine looks... I don't like how Grave Mine looks, it's so scary. No skipping allowed, says game. Oh. Let me check something real quick. Boom, boom. Wait, no, this one. And then this one is good. Okay. Alright, we could... Let us continue. Hello to... Oh my god. Choose a pre-configured playlist of missions to play. Wow. Well, I don't know what that is, but we're gonna play with this one. Halo 2 Anniversary. Oh! Oh, I'm 12 out of 15, so I only have 3 missions left. So it's not that long. Okay, okay. That sounds fine. That sounds fine. Alright, I guess we're almost finished with Halo 2. Honestly, so far Halo 2 has been cinema, right? Cinema. Halo 2 feels very, very nice. Absolute cinema. Game? 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 Is this normal? Wait. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that scared me a little bit now. Oh my god. I thought the game died. Alright, all good. Coffee tastes good. Hey people. Hi Metal. Welcome, welcome. Feels very different. Oh, it doesn't... Oh. I only look far, but I don't aim at them. Okay, okay. Oh, Metal is doing good. Oh, yeah. I should up the brightness a little bit. There we go. Should I up the brightness here as well? Just a little bit, I guess. UI gamma? No. Anniversary graphic gamma? Oh, that's very strong. I think 5.4. Yeah, 5.4. Just want the game to be a little bit brighter than usual. I don't want to suffer like yesterday that I did. I couldn't see much of anything, honestly, so... Save. Yeah, that looks slightly better. Alright, here we go. I'm okay. Nice, good to know. Oh, mine now.
The counselors. Where's the fun in that?
I don't know if sword works against them. I mean, they are brutes. I don't know if Swan is gonna work against them, to be honest. Well, at least we have good guns now. Very good guns, actually. So, brutes betrayed the elites? Essentially, brutes betrayed the Sanghaili? Something like that. I don't remember. Their name, their species name is so hard to remember. Oh my god. Sanghaili, I think. It sounds so funny too. Well, at least the Sanghaili looks pretty cool. Uh-oh. Alright, we have the best gun in the game, so... I think that was on my body. Oh my god, to fight them again! Oh, that's one. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Brutes, as far as I know, has been, with the word, faked out by the bosses. I did now see all they are not part of the inner group as evil, I think. It's kind of hard for me to follow the stories, but hey, at least the visuals and everything and the story is enticing enough for me to keep going. I just kind of like how the gameplay feels as well. It's nice. I like a good old gun game, I think. Oh. That's gonna be hard to fight against them, I feel like. I see a bomb. Is there two of them shooting at me? Oh, at least there's one down. You very pretty. Am I though? Oh, thank you. Also, hi, Echo.
Go! Kill him!
Yeah, I'm just in the lead, I know. What? He was hiding there? Oh my god. No, there's no... What? Am I shit? Whoa. Okay. Well. Get fucked. Wow, sword works wonders. Holy shit. Kill an enraged berserk brute using melee. The ape shift. Well, nice. We got an achievement for that. Morning, Akal. I should drink first. Okay. How Akal is doing good. Oh, nice.
Sweet, sweet dearest Kobo, I hope today's stream is full of pets and lots of good girls. Not just from me heart, but of course, I will give lots of pets and call you a good girl regardless.
No, thank you, Evie. Also, welcome. Hope Evie is doing good. Sweet, sweet dearest Kobo. Oh my god. Oh, really?
Go! Kill him!
Oh, there's one hiding here, right? The only problem with this station, I can't see them at all. Ooh, nice flip. Checkpoint done.
By the prophets, what have these brutes done?
Betrayal.
They have shed our brother's blood, and for that they must die.
Am I Elite 1? Aren't I Arbiter? Crazy visual change. From 1 to 2 is such a drastic improvement, honestly. Hello. I almost shot at you.
Sell it. So much for a stealthy advance. Ah, over so soon?
Over so soon. They nailed it with the with the precautions, like the drums and stuff. Okay, friend. Oh, the P-Elite is on our side now.
Raise the alarm! You might as well give up. Want to replace us? Come out!
Bully.
Your death will be quick and painless.
Come on, your death will be quick and painless. What? Wait, even the jackals? So only grunts and elites don't betray? Question mark?
Hold your ground.
I mean, the elites are pretty good. Look at them handling themselves. Oh, okay. Holy P-Elites! P-Elite is so strong! Bullet-wise, I think we're still fine-ish? Yeah. Good enough for me? Alright, let's keep going. Oops. Ooh. Nice, holy shit, they're strong. I don't even need to do anything here. Would they hate me if I point this thing at them? I know.
They'll fall, Arbiter, like all those before them.
Because the Marines will be like, could you please point this somewhere else? Oh, they don't, okay.
Is he beyond help?
Oh, they can take a lot of bullets. That's for sure. Unlucky for you, I learned how to counter-strike in this in Counter-Strike. Oi! Okay, we good. Did all my elites die somewhere? I guess somehow they got sniped out of their life. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. They look pretty similar, right? Like classic and remaster look pretty similar. Like the vibe didn't change as much. That's impressive. They essentially just upped the graphical fidelity here, which is what a remaster should be, in my very opinion. Ow. Well, not my fault if they decide to bomb themselves. Got him. Just gonna play with the best gun in the game. Wonder what these things what these things are. Display cases? Display stand? Oh, it's a fuel rod. Fuel rod cannon. 4 shots? I'd rather have sword, honestly. Step aside, let the men go through? Oh, there's another cannon. Wait, then that's a different story then. Oh, I picked up. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck it. We don't need.
Do you think to hide from me?
I still want it.
Let it go.
Wait, let me go get the bullet real quick. Hi, Hi, Mama Dragon. Ah, welcome. Hope Mama Dragon is doing good. Bullet. Holy P-leads, the P-leads are so good. They did everything, I don't need to do anything. Ooh, oh, they're just charging in. What's this, shotgun? Ooh. I guess we're only left with a P-lead. Everyone just charged in and died. Guess we need this? Where did the PD go? Vehicle. I feel like I should just stay close to the walls so that this sniper cannot hit me like that. Let's keep going. I'm finding something here. Oh. Is the sniper still up there? I will drink, Mom. Thank you, Mama Dragon. Yeah, the guitar is really cool. The Kobo, like, here we go. Let the grunt drive. Ooh. It is a little bit on fire. Maybe that's why the grunt doesn't want to drive it? Question mark? They changed their programming? I have no idea, to be honest. Well, either way, I'm not gonna drive this one. Let me grab a plasma rifle if possible. There should be plenty on the ground here. They say really funny crap when they drive. Oh. Well, maybe if I keep going, they'll drive. Guess not. It's that Kobo noises. It's okay, I'll deal with them without ghosts. Oh wait, that's friendly. I didn't go on time. They sniped me with the grenade? Okay. Maybe here? I got exploded. That's a shitty turret position, what the heck? Where did my gun go? Ah. Let's keep going. I'll be fine. Out of here. Thank goodness I have one extra. Love the plasma rifle. Okay, music says that's all of them. I've been lied to. Going banana? Going banana. Kill 100 brutes? Oh, nice. What's with this brute just constantly hiding? Oh, they're dead. Oh, they're not hiding, they're dead. Oh, okay. Boo, Nick. Hi, Nick. Hi, Kobo friend. Oh my god. Flip Spectre. Is it safe to ride? There's no guns. I cannot shoot. Oh, no plasma rifle? And Grunt just doesn't want to ride the ghost. Come here, come here. You want this? Oh, oh, come on. What? Oh, the Grunt doesn't want to drive it. Maybe it's because I don't drive it? Hey, Grunt. Grunt likes to walk, what can I say? What is this? Perfect. I'll get this sniper. I want to sneeze. Uh-oh. I couldn't mute my mic in time, sorry. God bless you. Oh, thank you. I've been blessed. Block this. Oh my god, cute. 12 out of 10. White club. Oh! Sorry, Grunt. Grunt is driving. Are you back? Oh, you are. Whoa! Ow! Okay, their car is a lot stronger than mine. Go, Grunt! Oh, I guess it kind of worked out. Okay. Take the funny. Metal is shiny. Metal shiny. I'm gonna steal the shiny. Oh, the drums! Look here, the drums is so cool. Wait, no more drums? But drums. Actually, I don't mind. Metal Kobo is good, very active and always here. Metal Kobo is very good. Hmm? I think Metal deserves VIP. Oh, Metal has VIP, no? Oh, you just get nice. Oh my god, I didn't. I've somehow always thought Metal has one. Oops, sorry. One of the funny lines the Grunt can say is, "I bet I can stick it." Oh, yeah, Dragon Mama has one too. Because I thought I gave Metal one. Guess I was dumb. Well, thank you, Evie. Another is Arbor to go first. Oh. Another one is Sheila? Let's say there are a few here that could gain VIP status. Yeah, I mean there are a few here, but I don't think I have enough like VIP status to give to people, which is unfortunate. I want to unlock more VIP, but I'm not too sure how. Sniper. Uh-oh. Wait, is this the Marines place? Picked up frag. Plasma nades. Yeah, I gave one to Dragon, to Mama Dragon. Yeah, hide it for a while and she's not noticed. So many people deserves VIP here. Many amazing people, hey? Oh! I guess I did it. Not me, I deserve trio bull comedy? When I be asked whether to mod my partner, she doesn't look and often spots things before even I do, so we make a very good team together. I believe in Crystal. Yeah, sure, of course. I think I'm very okay with that. Too bad. Thank you, Evie. Thanks for modding my chat as well, Crystal. Ooh, ooh. One sniper shot almost like depletes my entire shield. She's mentioned a few things to me in the past, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably take action on that one. Ooh, wow. I'm glad Crystal and Evie can help mod the chat. I mean, sure, there are other modders as well. I appreciate all of their helps, honestly. Like, I might not be a very good mod here, to be honest, but having a more strict mod would help me a lot, I think. Yeah, definitely. Good luck driving in a tight state like this. What? Back to my safe corner. I see Kobo is fun, the super flutter charge rifle. Yeah, feels like the best gun ever. Yeah, good luck driving that here, dum-dum. Of course, somebody's trying to work on things, having a good side try review with her, so that's when she tells me stuff where a human and can spot everything. Of course, of course. Like, honestly, like, just like, being my mod, being a mod in my chat, I already appreciate you guys a lot. Like, I'm not really fit to be mod, to be honest. I feel like I'm too lenient with things, so yeah, having someone with more experience and more strict rules is definitely more appreciated, much appreciated, honestly. She really likes them. I really like the red plasma gun. They're like perfect. And Kobo likes them. Right, hope you guys had fun with your snipers, shitheads. I haven't completed like daily ban quota. You could ban me. Pokemon say does need to be a bit more cautious with some things. That's what we're here for. I'll try. I'll work on it. I need to be like, if I see some sus shitheads, then I'll just ban them without giving them too much leniency. Yeah, I should work on that. Right, we could just gonna make sure that they're dead. Sus penis? Oh my god, penis is so old. Penis. We love Dr. Eggman. I got my eyes on Dragon Colony too with VIP. I'll try to earn more VIP slots. I'm not too sure how. I think there's like there's a requirement for me to do before I can get more VIP slots. I'll try my best. Hopefully in the near future I can get more VIP slots. That's not the gun that I'm using. Oh shit.
By the rings, Arbiter. The counselors, are they...
Murdered by the brutes.
Vile, disloyal beasts. The prophets were fools to trust them.
Well. So different. The cutscenes are so different. Oh my god, it's crazy. This is what I mean by absolute cinema, because it is. They make the cutscene like movies, like movie quality cutscenes. Like, oh my god. You have to check how many we have in the roles managed. I think it was 50. I'll just fill them till they're full. We should have around 25 to 50. I think it's 50. Yeah. Which I think I filled them with lots of people that I trust. Internet says you need unique characters to be active at all same time. Oh, that's tough, isn't it?
Your pal. Where's he going?
To finish what we started. And this time, none of you will be left behind.
That structure in the center of the city, it's a Forerunner ship. And Truth is heading straight for it. If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
That brute has the Index. And Miranda and Johnson. He can activate the ring.
If he does, I'll detonate in Emberclad's reactor just like we did the Autumns. The blast will destroy this city and the ring. Not a very original plan, but we
We'll
know
get
it'll
there
work.
one day. I'll try.
No, I don't want to chance a remote detonation. I need to stay here.
Oh, it's a little jarring going from 2 to 3 because this is cross purposes. No more of this quality. Oh, it's okay. We'll get there one day. We'll try my best.
Dropships are touching down all over the city. That creature
It's
beneath
cold
the
outside.
library, that
Aw.
brave mind, used us. We were just a diversion. And Amberclad was always its intended vector. There's a conduit connecting this tower to the ship. Head back inside. I'll lead you to it.
What the? Holy, that thing never dies. What? I will hug Mama Dragon for warmth. Let's get a shotgun. Ooh. Funky. Right. So will the grunt shoot me now? Oh, the grunt dead. Oh, oops. Every 10 you get 5 VIP slots from what I can tell. We're 46 VIPs, I don't know what our cap is, so you have to check under the role manager. Maybe I'll be a bit more cautious as to who I give till we know the amount we have. I think I remember correctly that I have 50. Let me double check real quick. This is important stuff. Right, setting. You can't add any more VIPs. Aww. Kobo Trophy is heading the Forerunner ship. There's no time. It's full. Yeah. Couldn't give more. We are capped at 46? It should be 50. I'm not going here. 4 more to give eventually. I don't know why the roll says that it's like capped out though. Or maxed out. Am I going the wrong way? Am I? Oh, I'm supposed to go into this big building? Foreskin ship? I don't know. Right? Can't add another? Yeah, it's weird. Brotan. I did it too quickly. Not the knife. There are a few in the list we can upgrade to Monolithly, Becky, Solar, Laveau. Some others I noticed never really seen in chat, but that one's up to you. I don't know if I want to give that responsibility to Laveau. I mean, Laveau is really nice. I don't want to burden him with like too much responsibilities in my chat. Brecky, Solar... Maybe. I mean, ultimately, it's kind of up to them if they want to be mod or not. I don't want to just sort of shaft a mod role to the name. Unless you're showing they're trusted, there's no requirement for them to actually do work. That is true. You could upgrade me to head mod. I'll be willing to take on the role, but you know I'm really active at the start of your streams. Yeah, I understand too. Only if you really want to. I will be like I'm up. Oh, I'm up for like giving you the mod as well. Yeah, same. I would trust Brian a lot. Brian has been here for a long time as well. You can do that definitely. Zeus won the head mod? Like the lead mod role? Thank you, Evie. Oh, that looks cool. Look at that sword.
I'll disable this lift once you reach the top. That'll slow them down. I hope.
Unlimited power?
Shall we let the flood consume our holy city? Turn high charity into another of their wretched hives? No enemy has ever withstood our might. The floods
I can
too
just
shall
open it
fail.
more. No, I trust you for sure. That's only something Terra can do. I can give
I'll do
Zeus
what
a
I
head
can
mod.
to slow the launch sequence. There's something inside the ship, a presence, fighting back. For a Covenant construct, it's unusually formidable.
Ooh. Must be unlimited. Let's keep going. Let me get ready to play this and You're welcome, Brian. You gave many lead mods. I can give Zeus head is all I heard. Oh I think I'm being shot at. Ay, 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 ay. I want to call more Barony with people and promote it. Barony is a really good game. It's just there's so many games that I want to try out like around these times, or all the time actually. But I would definitely want to play more Barony soon. I mean, even Counter-Strike. I think that doesn't work on them. Ooh. Barony is fun. Yeah, Barony is really fun. I play a little bit with Metal. It's so fun. If only the server is like more stable though, would be nicer. Because the game between me and Metal just keeps like suddenly disconnecting, and then we cannot continue because the save file is corrupted. Nice flip. Owie. I would use the plasma gun, but the plasma gun doesn't really... It's not really effective against Flood, I feel like. The energy gun, I think. I want it though. I must have it. Ballistics are usually better for blood. Oh, energy deals more damage to shields but less to health. That or beam weapon? Ah. True, CS with Kobo is fun. CS with Kobos are fun. CS with friends is fun in general. That doesn't look good. This is the original graphic? God damn, it looks so good. Holy, okay. I am like so pleasantly surprised by this game. Is that gun not ballistics? I'll make it work. The fuck is that Flood doing? What the hell? That's like the best Flood in the entire game. I never seen Flood try to infect grunts. Maybe they're not interested. Maybe they turn into the exploding ones? Ooh, wait, maybe. Ooh, yeah. The exploding ones does look like grunts. Brian Big Brain. Those are enemies as well, right? There's no friendlies here. Even the Covenants are.
Parasite did not defeat the Forerunners, and it shall not defeat us.
Arrogant creature. Your death continue, while we shall suffer upon rest of infinity.
Grave mine? Is Gravemind here or something? Nice job. They're afraid of water? They might be afraid of water. Just to emphasize the significance here, this ship is essentially the Covenant capital city. This is the Earth? Oh! So I'm essentially infecting... not infecting, I'm essentially trying to destroy their Earth now? Wow. They only get infected when they have enough time to grow and gestate, since they aren't the best for combat and defense. True, but they're good for carriers, so infect more. What's my other gun? Shotgun? I want sword. You, but also need, yeah. I agree. You also need. The flow is fun and gross. I mean, they are zombies, so they're inherently gross, I'm pretty sure. Master Chief is so cool.
The security systems in this part of the tower are particularly robust.
Chip! Hi, Chip. Oh my god. Now all we need to hear when Flood shouts like last time on The Walking Dead. Did you play Star-Lord? No? This is Halo. I'm not too sure what Star-Lord is. Also, hi Rollins. Every time I hear that crow to me, it sounds like cock.
Whosoever is gripped by fear, take heed. I am the prophet of truth, and I am not afraid. Noble mercy is here at my side. His wise counsel ever in my ears.
Not the line. No bully. Time for me to do Baroni massive achievements. Heck yeah, have fun with Baroni metal. I need guns. You're playing Halo 2 already? Yeah, I think I'm almost finished with Halo 2. So hope Chip is doing good. Welcome. No, I doubt I'm gonna able to 100% cause a lot of the you need 3 to 4 players. What the heck? There's 0 guns here? I guess. Doing fine. How the Kobo is too? Yeah. I'm doing better. Now that I'm reaching out to a lot more people who honestly cares more about me, I feel much better now. I can use the shotgun for now. Heck yeah. Not only that one needs each player to own a separate DLC, I think. Oh, well, that's kinda harsh. Well, we can try to get as much achievement we can get. The ones that we cannot get, we just think of them doesn't exist. And we do our heckin' best. Red
Apparently
gun.
these are the Prophet Hierarch's private quarters, their inner sanctum.
Don't do it! Oh my god, the gun was pointed at me. Yeah, you beat it with 4 players using 1 DLC race and 1 DLC class. Huh. Well, I guess being a lizard and being a salamander counts. Thank you, Chip. Is it easier 4 players or harder? No idea. But when I was playing with Metal with 2 players, Metal being the healer, me being the monk, it sure feels a lot easier. You share gear, you share food, yeah. Hi, Berkey. Oh my god, welcome. Green Dragon like model VIP? Oh, it's entirely up to Brecky, definitely. Just want to mention, being a mod doesn't necessarily mean you have to stop by my stream every single moment. It's totally fine. Sanctified. Are you good or you're bad? Even the shotgun here is like the worst.
This crisis will not be the end of us. But one path to the whole journey and salvation.
Should have done it long ago, goddammit. try this one on for size. Should have done that long ago. And you. Does gem mean mod? Gem is VIP. Mod is the sword where you can essentially moderate the chat a little bit. Yeah. More mods are never. My mods are never on, so. Okay. Kobo go ham. I like the sword. I'm also curious how fast you're supposed to be. Just taking it slow is a motorcycle where it took a 10 hours. Reached for full run, including training and a bunch of kids. Mostly teams like a level 100 repair everything limit. The entire channel be shiny. Would be nice. Gem is just no filters, no limits when applied in shiny. It did rapidly speed up near the end though, but I wanted to play it careful since the run was going stupidly well. That's my pistol we have to do for now. What else? Lost 45, 46 at the moment. Yeah, the VIP thing is weird. I don't know why it shows that for you, to be honest. I have like 50 VIPs also, but I don't want to flood chat with all VIPs. That's fair. Also, once again, I reiterate, even random traps off the most damaging thing to me was fucking boulders. They're bullshit dangerous.
Brood and elite ships are engaging one another all around High Charity. I'm running out of options, Chief. I can't stall the launch sequence much longer. The next lift will take you up to the conduit. Hurry!
Sniper or sword? The rifle looks sexy. Yeah. Purple gems and stuff. Ooh. Am I supposed to go here? Oh, okay. And so is Chip. Such a cool effect. Once more, we're feeling.
I knew the Covenant was good at repurposing Forerunner technology, but this is amazing. They've been using the Forerunner ship's engines as an energy source for the city. The ship isn't so much launching as it is disengaging, uncoupling itself from High Charity's power grid. Stopping truth, that's all that matters.
Now is the time of our unworlding. The moment we shall all become as gods.
You know the plan. You've got to stop truth. I've got to handle the index. Go!
Did you just kill yourself in game? Wow, cool.
Now is the time of our unworlding. One moment we shall all become as gods.
Forget about the flood. You've got to get aboard. I can't go with you.
I'm just gonna run. See. Master Chief is so cool.
Get to Earth. Good luck.
After I'm through with Truth.
Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
Master Chief. Master Chief. Master Chief. So this one heads for Earth. Well, shit's getting real now. Form an unexpected alliance, keep Tartarus from activating the ring. Ooh. Master Chef. Master Chef. Master Chef. Master Leaf. Master Chef. But Master Chief is so cool though. They put the Master Chief in the soda. Master Chef.
What is that place? Where the counselors were meant to watch the consecration of the icon. The start of the great journey.
There is still time to stop the key from turning.
I must get inside. Then mount up, Arbiter. I know a way to break those doors.
Nice. Code Red is going to be a Baja Blast. In the TV show, he's known as Master Chiefs. They out the chef in the Master Soda. Hello. Hello.
Why do they call it oven when you have in the cold food about hot eat the food?
Oh. Pizza ordered for dinner, Kobo invited. Oh, if only. Get fucked. I'm such a menace. Just wanted to know if you've beaten Valheim, Tira. Pepperoni, how many peri panda? Old garlic? I have not beaten Valheim. I stopped at... I think I stopped after... Plains. Yeah, I'm at Plains currently. Progress-wise. And I was kind of like not too sure what to do next. I mean, I kind of lost interest a little bit in Valheim as well. Even though I have a lot of mods on, which should be pretty fun. I lost interest because there's no more dragons in the game, and I beat the dragon. So, hey. I would come back to Valheim at some point, but maybe not soon. Valheim's great still. That I can play as a kobold. But no, I haven't beaten Valheim. Classic. I'm a simple ball. I want dragon. Pizza here is cheap for me to order enough from, say, McDonald's to feel full. I'm spending about 40-45 anyway. And this 2-day meal is 42. Oh. Oh, 2-day in total is 42? That's pretty good. Sadly, pizza here is like so expensive though. got him.
There, officer. That sheriff's main will break the control of the door. At the far end of the beach, there's a passage into the creek. Take it up to the sheriff.
I didn't hear what you said, wherever you are. Ay, ay, ay. Everything is expensive here. It's unfortunate. If only basic necessity is not expensive, like holy shit.
There, officer.
Main gun, break the control room door.
Break the control of the door.
So I have to board this somehow.
At the far end of the beach, there's a passage into the creek. Take it up to the sheriff. The brutes control that cruiser, officer. I'll remain here. Make sure no reinforcements get in behind you. Then, I'm going to take the cruiser back.
I guess I'm not driving this one anymore.
The Arbiter? I thought he was dead. Hold your fire. The hunters have come to our aid, Arbiter. They will fight by our side.
Oh, thank you. Going in store isn't as bad to become full, but I don't have that option right now, so delivery fees and access charges are a thing. Yeah, it's so painful when it comes to, like, the food delivery. But then again, you know, like, food delivery is a service as well, so it's hard to say. Also, it's so stupid how the average item in store is 3 to 5 cheaper in store than on Uber Eats. Plus, they want service fees and delivery fees. Yeah, fees to cover the fees? Oh. That's why I do big cheaper pizza orders that last over the entire weekend, with 3 pizza lasts at least 2 to 3 days of food for me, depending how hungry I am. The hunters come to our raid. We left the hunter. My partner lives in the US and I get mad so often when she tells me about life there. Also found her screen hard. It feels like living in the US is like so tough with everything. It costs so much, and then the minimum wage doesn't really cover it. Right? Doesn't cover the bills, doesn't cover the basic necessities. When I heard about those kind of issues, it's just kind of sad. I mean, not saying that Malaysia also have like a stable minimum wage, but I feel like US is like having it rough right now. Don't forget the rise of fascism. Fascism? I think that's fascism is like really bad, right? I think I know what it means. Yeah, no, it's so sad, honestly. Yeah, that. Must have the hunters. Ow! What happened?
The Arbiter?
These are from American friends, honestly, on top of all the transphobias and stuff. Yeah.
They will fight by our side.
They stompy, holy heck? This gun is good enough. Or do I want to actually shoot from afar? I think I should try shooting from afar, since hunters are really good, like tanking. Why is the door open? I need to help the hunters. I only get small stompers whenever I miss make them with their blades attached. Let's follow the hunters. Oh, obviously it's too strong. Who the fuck? Oh, the hunter died. I couldn't protect the hunters. What the heck? Looks like this little area to make a neat multiplayer stage. It kinda does, doesn't it? Everyone died because I'm bad. No. I should just charge it and help them. That worked out. Wow, sometimes sniper feels pretty good. May have been a tryhard MLG gamer back when Halo 2 was new. I didn't even know what MLG gamer was back then. I was just so stuck in my like own world when I was a kid. I'm playing as Abby now, yay! Is cloaking? Oh, I forgot. Ha 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 ha. They cannot see me now. Beam rifle feels good. He has a very gay hat. I love it. Yeah, I love it too. Purple, it's so good. Definitely no bias though, but purple. It's so impressive. The music is very different. That was on my leg. As an amethyst dragon totally not biased either. I understand. Gonna go lie down. Of course, Metal. Have a good rest. Take care of yourself. Sorry? Wow, they just keep shooting that way. Of course, there's a lot more. They should do. Let's play it kind of lame here. I think they're all hiding from me now. Wow, maybe neither is not bad. Ally? No, they only have one gun. So I can save them? Aha! I was right. Yay, we have hunters now. How about this one? Looks like this is needed. Use terminal. Terminal? What? Activate terminal 13 on the Great Journey. What happened? Obsessed? What?
The only one I would trust with this information is probably dead right now.
Oh,
he was commander of the fleet that brought me to this system. Fel Vadimi was his name. But after hearing you tell of the destruction of the ring, I cannot believe that he still lives. His orders were to secure the ring, to prepare it for the arrival of the Hierarchs. Vadimi never fails in his duties. If the ring is no more, then Vadimi must be dead.
Duty can indeed be a dangerous virtue. But even if he did live, wouldn't this sense of duty make him quite unlikely to set aside his allegiance to the Prophets?
Perhaps not. And he would never betray our people. No, if we were able to just speak to him, explain everything you have told me. But no, these are futile hopes. If he did live, and if he was returned to the High Prophets, they would most certainly punish him for the destruction of the ring. In fact, he would be the exact kind of leader the Hierarchs would make Arbiter. They would need someone to blame for the loss of the ring. His influence within the fleet grew with every one of his victories over the humans.
And if he did become Arbiter?
Then he would be lost to our cause. Without the knowledge you've shared with me, he would obey the Prophets without question. I doubt he would even respond to his former name. I don't know what it would take to overcome, but as you say, we don't have time to ask such questions, and Vadimi is almost certainly dead.
If all your hopes rest on him, then I fear for the future of this galaxy.
As do I, Oracle. As do I. But I will begin our fight. Make others aware of the lies the Prophets whisper in our ears. And soon, we will find more who will take up our cause.
I didn't understand. So, Oracle good? Prophets bad? I mean, Prophets obviously bad. Oracle good? Oracle wants to destroy everyone though, no? I wouldn't pay too much heed to this. This is added in to flesh out stuff for one of the future games, like 4 or 5 something. Oh, these were added by the remaster, yeah. Uses some book stuff and sets up for the newer games. Oh, okay. Then I'll just listen to them though. It's cool. Hi, Zuri. Oh my god. Welcome. Weird. Prophet's bad. Oracle wants to contain the flood, which means activating the rings, but Cortana mentioned activating the ring will cause the entire planet die? Or the entire Milky Way? I don't know. That's pretty cool. I found an Easter egg. they ran ahead.
Mark. Fill me up. Yes, Jason. A day's rations as I... Stevie! Go, go, go! Get ready.
Johnson? I guess we're helping each other now.
Listen, you don't like me and I sure as hell don't like you. But if we don't do something, Mr. Mohawk's gonna activate this ring. And we're all gonna die.
Tartarus has locked himself inside the control room.
Well, I just happen to have a key. Come on, grab a banshee and give me some cover. Gonna know what's coming.
Oh, we're friends now. Backseat driver. Oh, here comes the banshee. No kiss? No, they are not dragon. I don't want to kiss them. Smooch? Oh, my legs are sticking out. Even this one is like partially destroyed. New bench. Who the heck? Get fucked. Source report aliens and humans working on a mixed modern discussion about Halo AU TTRPG setting. Oh! Might know. Scarab, a little help here, Scarab. Get fucked. Dragon's Slayer, ignore her. No, I cannot ignore Dragon.
Stay clear of the door. Hey, bastard! Knock, knock.
What door? Oh! Oh! Delusions and grandeur. Oh, I got him! Nice. Friendly? Okay, I do need a Banshee. Smooch. Right, here we go. Enemy Banshee, that one? Ooh. Guess I'm going. Guess they're not coming with me. Ooh, carnage. That's a weird destruction. How do they destroy something like this? Why is it not a straight line? Shit.
Do not let the Arbiter into the chamber. The chieftain must complete his holy work. Stand and fight. You will repeat. Do not let them enter the chamber! The chieftain must complete his holy work!
Interesting choice of a gun. Shotgun for them? Ooh, I didn't even see that. More? Yep. One of the hardest room in the series, in my opinion. Oh no. Well, I'll try hard. I mean, not that I haven't been trying. I have been trying. Oh. We got him, I think.
Come, human. It is easy. Take the icon in your hands and do as you are told.
Please use caution. This reclaimer is delicate.
One more word, Oracle, and I'll rip your eye from its socket. Which is nothing compared to what I'll do to you.
Tartarus, stop.
Impossible.
Put down the icon.
Put it down and disobey the Hierarchs?
There are things about Halo even the Hierarchs do not understand.
I think the TTS might be a little bit on the softer side.
Is it? Oracle, what is Halo's purpose?
Collectively,
not another word.
Please. Don't shake the light bulb. If you want to keep your brain inside your head, I tell those boys to chill.
We love you, Sergeant.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
The sacred rings, what are they?
weapons of last resort, built by the Forerunners to eliminate potential flood hosts, thereby rendering the parasite harmless.
And those who made the rings? What happened to the Forerunners?
After exhausting every other strategic option, my creators activated the rings. They and all additional sentient life in 3 radii of the galactic center died as planned. Would you like to see the relevant data?
Tartarus, the prophets have betrayed us.
Ow!
The great journey has begun, and the brutes, not the elite, shall be the prophet's escort.
I love being a good girl. I say that when the game is very loud, so... Wow, they died like it was nothing.
Hiding will not...
Ay, 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 ay. Is this planned?
Kill them all!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Primary generators are coming online.
We'll shut them down.
Apology, protocol does not allow me to use any aspect of this evidence.
Then how do I stop it?
Well, it will take some time to go over the normal procedure.
Do I get up from here?
Quit stalling.
Under more controlled circumstances, I would suggest that you
That's it? Johnson, I'm on it.
Hang tight, ma'am. Not until that brute is dead.
How do I get to that brute? Oh, okay. Where's the brute? Oh, hi.
Generators charging. All systems are performing well within operational parameters.
What? I couldn't use that? Alright, we could. That music though, yeah. Spooky. Holy shit, keys. Oh my god, that's like death. Holy cutscene. I guess it still worked. The cutscenes are like such movie theater thing. That's so crazy, the quality. Guess we did it?
What's that?
A beacon.
What's it doing?
Communicating at superluminal speeds with the frequency of
Communicating with what?
the other installations.
Show me.
Fail-safe protocol. In the event of unexpected shutdown, the entire system will move to standby status. All remaining platforms are now ready for remote activation.
Remote activation? From here?
Don't be ridiculous.
Listen, Tinkerbell, don't make me...
Then where? Where would someone go to activate the other rings?
Why the Ark? Of course.
And where, Oracle, is that?
We are friends now?
We've got a new contact. Unknown classification.
It isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Spartan 117.
Anyone hear me? Over.
Isolate that signal. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Master Chief! Master Chief is so cool. Holy music. The biggest thing that Remaster did well, I'm like watching a movie. This is so good. Cue the biggest cliffhanger for about 2 years. Huh? That's it? No, that's not the end. That's ridiculous.
Fills the empty grave now that I am gone. But my mind is not at rest, for questions linger on. I will ask, and you will answer.
Hmm?
All right. Shoot.
Cortana? With Gravemind? Betrayer? I don't even know what Gravemind is trying to do. Like, is Gravemind good or is Gravemind bad? No way! Complete every other Halo 2 having seen it in both class. What? Good. Gravemind Pep? Oh. And it's like tentacle. I mean, I love tentacles, but not like that. Gravemind is essentially the brain of the flood, so really bad then. Ultimately wanting to consume more knowledge in the universe, so very, very bad. Alright, okay. Interesting. Well, I did say I want to try out the Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo, so I might do just that. It's a demo. I'm not too sure how long it's gonna last. I don't even know if my PC can handle that game, to be honest. But I want to give it a try. So before I quit this game though, the next one I'm gonna play is Halo ODST? Halo 3 ODST? Right? So I guess if that's the next one, I should download it first. Excite? Heck yeah. I saw this Malzeno in the game, so even more excited. 3 came out next. Oh. But story-wise, is next in timeline, so I guess I'll be playing ODST then. Oh, can I just play it now? How do I check? Oh, okay. Ah, Halo 3 ODST. So this one, we don't need this one anymore. So ODST is next timeline. You did skip Breach though, which is the earliest in the timeline. Oh, wait, is it the earliest? Oh shit, wait. Because I've been told to play one first before playing other ones. Weird. It was released after ODST. Oh. After 3. Wait, then, weird. You did start Reach first, but I thought it was better to start with Halo 1. Yeah, I did, because a lot of people telling me that, yeah, since it was the first that came out. 1, 2, 3 ODST Reach, 4, 5 Infinite release order. I mean, since I started with 1, 2... I start with 1, next with 2. Do I play 3 then? Do I play with the release order now that I started with 1 and 2? Ooh. If that's the case, then I should probably play 3? Oh gosh, I don't know. I really like the story though. I would say it depends on you. ODST and Reach are so fucking good. This is a good time to detour. So 3 is not the best then? I mean, obviously it's not. I feel like after playing 2, and then I heard 3 is like... 3 is like... only okay when it comes to like the quality of the game, huh? Well, I guess I'll do this then. Accept selection. 3 is still good in my opinion. Alright, let's start with 3 then. Of the main story. Oh, okay. Yeah, then let's start with 3. And then we play ODST, and we play Reach, and then 4? I don't know. I mean, from here, I guess, we just 1, 2, 3. Might as well just follow this one. Boom, 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 boom. Accept selection. Oh, 3 is small? Tree is very small. I'm very surprised. Well, in the meantime, let's play a little bit of Masato Stories Tree. Tree Story Master Story is smaller size. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's very small. It's only 7 gigabytes. I think it's even smaller than 1. And 1 has remastered. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Kobo smooches monsters in Masata Stories 3 demo. It's mine. I'm just doing this casually. Monster? Uh-oh. Crystal Reflection. That should do. I also want to look at Discord a little bit. See, I follow all this. Alright, let's quit the desktop. And then I have this one ready. I downloaded this thing before starting the stream. Heck yeah. I think I can play with a controller, right? Let me get my controller. I'll just put this one here. My controller. Oh. Did not work. I should unplug this one first then. Okay, now it works. Boop. Hi, Jen. Alright, let's update failed. What happened? Oh, am I not supposed to like close the game? Oh, well, oops. Oh, okay, it's doing it now. Hope Jen is doing good. Welcome. Alright, let's try out this game. Let's hope my PC doesn't explode from this, right? I can only hope. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Just woke up from a nap. I think my body is pulverized from the previous workout and it's starting to delay pain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The delayed pain. Very scary. Alright, text language, English, voice, Japanese. Confirm button A. Control status. I like to look at it as this, so. Or this, actually. Yeah, close enough. And Drink is probably gonna look through Monster Hunter. Hope you and Chen has fun. Of course. Have a good luck, Mama Dragon. Thank you. I still stand by my original opinion that ODST should be played first. Oh. It kind of fizzles out at the end because it builds up the tree. And tree is a huge finale. Oh. Then I probably should play ODST first. I'll give it a download after then. Alright. Minimum brightness. Minimum brightness when it can display it is similar to the black display in game. There are no difference in light and dark density in the pattern when viewed from the front. Oh, it's a good time to detour. Oh, that's what that means. I thought it's a good time to detour, meaning that I should not follow the story and play tree. English is hard. I'm sorry. I'll put like 5. Maximum brightness. That's fine. Maybe a little bit lower. Am I gonna touch monsters Pokemon? I have to. If they're dragon, you know I'm gonna touch more than that. I'm just not gonna edit my fits. Have fun smooching monsters before I try to eat you. They won't. I mean, if they do, a dragon, it's okay. Good luck editing videos then. Thank you. My age? 125. Ooh. Oh, back in my days. I throw rocks for fun. Older than time itself. I'm 0. Okay, for real though, I'm 29. I'm okay with that. Kobo. Oh. It didn't touch the precious too? Who? Kobo. Tofu, Ray, and mincemeat body. Auto save? Okay. That's how my PC doesn't explode from this. Visuals! Let's try this one first. Anyone likes motion blur? It just features a reduced graphic load of shaders and effect by making pixel shader processing rougher. Performance? Alright, let's hope this works. The music, it's so good. I forgot to change the audio setting. Uh-oh, is my PC exploding here? Oh, okay, something came up. I don't know if I should tell Narix that I'm playing this one. I mean, Narix seems pretty excited for me to try this one out. Unless Narix is here that I didn't know. Wait, let me check. Don't think he's here. Color sets. Ooh. Pink hair though. The gameplay like Pokemon, but the elements are opposite of Pokemon. I think I played 2. Yeah, I played 2. Don't know how similar that's going to be. I'm pretty sure they're gonna still have like the speed technique and power thing, right? Show childhood look? Oh. I like this one. Tan. I'm not gonna change too much with the character here. I'm just gonna like... eye color. Green. Green. Green eye, green. That's like the slowest slider ever. Alright, mega saturation. We love that. Mega brightness, we love that. My eyes can shine in the dark. Whoa! Oh my god, that's so bright. Oh, I have to use the... oh, okay, okay. Do not have to use the analog stick for this. Okay. Look at that. Mouth. You can choose between 3 types of hairstyle. Preset custom monster hair. Monster hair.
Hi, Snowwolf. Alright, what do I like? Yes, sir. Ooh, I like this one. Oh, that looks so cool though. Oh, this is actually such a banger hairstyle. Oh my god. Wow. I want to make it slightly less bright. Maybe like this. Can be obtained in the full version. That's a Maldino hair. Oh, monster hair. Oh, I get it now. Cosmetic 1, 2, 3. Lowest, middle, highest priority. 3 is the highest priority? What do we have? Ooga booga. No, I don't like any cosmetics here. Accessories. Oh fuck yeah. Any shiniest thing that I can get? Aha. I can wear glasses. Oh my god. The pink default hair looks like Tales of Arise female MC. Don't know who that is. You. I want earrings. Big earrings. I like this one. Yeah, that one's great. I can change color? I think I want yellow for this one. Greenish yellow? Oh yeah. Oh heck yeah, that's so good actually. Imagine I mentioned that I don't want to spend too much time on character creation. Here I am just... oh my god, accessories! Your hair can wear glasses? I know, right? Hi, Nix. I'm playing it. I downloaded this one last night.
Perfect. Then try to two-tone your hair. Now I see a bit of blue. Is there Is there two-tone? Oh, there is. Oh, gradient. We. Oh. Ooh. Not too sure how to do this. Not too much of a change. I kinda like this one. Oh my god, this is such a banger hairstyle. Alright, this is my character. Leia? Nah. Input is limited to 20 half-width character. Half-width? What do you mean half-width? Begin the adventure with this appearance? Yes, sir. What can I do in the demo? Can I find Montino here? Sure, hope so. Ooh, performance. The game works on my PC, holy shit. Dang, that looks pretty good. Many shiny. Oh, my PC died for a little bit there. Holy. There's two big secrets that I don't think it's possible to get in the demo. I will look so I don't see, but I'm excited about this game. Heck yeah. Have good luck, Becky. Ooh. Velcana? I wanna eat them. They look so delicious. Look at the shiny. Oh, chill. Did she see something? Egu. Imagine Altura. We need Altura. Holy, careful. Uh-oh. Holy shiny? Very big shiny. Is that me? I'm royal? Masaka. Oh, that is me.
ここでよい。誕生の儀式を始めよう。
音がする。二つ。音が重なって聞こえる。
There's two?
一つ。
Oh my god, tiny.
Thisは紛れもなくリオレウス。なんという奇跡。ああ、絶滅したリオレウスが我が国に。
Oh? Tiny roar. Holy twin. Oh my god, I already know how to fly.
創生とはなんと不吉な。見よ、あの鱗の色は。呪われし総輪のレウスと同じ。
Accursed?
創世のモンスターは災いをもたらすもの。古くからの慣例に従いどちらか一頭を葬らねばなりません。
Oh shit. No, what do you mean only one may live? We can smooch both of them. I swear if anything happens to that Rathalos or any of them, I will cry. I mean, I'm only a Kobo, what can I do? I can only cry. Oh. Oh, we grew up. They grow up so fast here. Look at me writing without looking. I'm so good. Princess of Azuria. Oh, I'm a princess? Oh my god. Uh-oh. The game knows. Uh-oh.
シモンだね。
Oh, hey, look, it's Ricky.
Na. そろそろ戻ろう。
うん、あともう少し。珍しいモンスターなの。もしかしたらこの森の主だったのかもしれない。
Look at that pickle.
閉じ込められて窮屈そうだな。
卵石は過去からの贈り物だって聞かされていたわ。
贈り物？
うん。命は尽きてしまっていても 生きていた頃の姿や
Dragon
暮らしを教えてくれる。
Big Pickle.
実際こうして卵石を観察すると絶滅したモンスターについて知ることができるし。
そうかもしれないけどな。おい、どうして石に閉じ込められてる？一体何があった？釣れないよな。秘密や謎はお前たちが解けってことなのか。
そうだね。そのために私たちレンジャーがいる。
Oh,
さあ、戻るぞ。
Rangers.
今日は新入りの森染めに付き添うんだろ？
うん。でもそれは昼間だから。その前に大事な用があった。
大事な用って？
国王に呼ばれてる。
まずいじゃないか。
すぐに戻らないと。
Uh-oh. You want to really go back and you let me control the character? GG. GG. Ooh, I have Rata? Where's my other Rata? Wait. Ranger finding phony documents, Monsterpedia? View information on monster behaviors and abilities, updates when monsters are slain or tracks are discovered. Ranger fundamentals, review various in-game control tutorials. Ranger record, view a record of your adventure and details about medals. Well, I want... I'll make the game louder. My god. I can only do 30. Oh, not 30, but 60. Okay. Right, this looks good. I'll keep these, like... Not gonna change anything here. Okay, okay. Alright, here we go. Endemic life? They're not afraid of me though. Azuria. I don't think that's gonna help. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Ooh, okay, that's kind of loud. Ooh, I'm really flying?
Yeah. Huh?
The music though? Holy shit. Nice, flying feels good. Flying feels simple enough. It's more like gliding, right? Maybe it's not like actually flying. Maybe not in the demo, I think. I don't know. There was flying in 2, right? Yeah, there was flying. Like actually just fly around the place. Pig.
お嬢、ここにはいないけど。
お。キティ？
姫ってある？
中うるさいよ。姫ちゃんならいつもの卵石の調査だろ。
姫ってある？それでいつ戻ってくるのだ？
お嬢、もうすぐ戻ってくるはずだ。
Her tardiness.
戻ってきましたよ。隊長。
Oh. They have like the airport thing. Sounds like a massive simp. I mean, I would simp for a dragon like that too, honestly. That's Lady Dragon to you. Trial version notice. In the trial version, the maximum limit for the following features differs from that in the retail version. So player level limited, monthly capacity limited, trade points unlimited. Okay. The following actions are available at caravan stands. Save progress, fast travel, change the time of day. Some features cannot be used until they are unlocked with story progression. Okay. Oh my god, my PC is like actively dying here. Help. I guess I need to turn down the graphic more. My PC's dying. Holy shit. Alright, can I change the stuff here? Oh, I cannot change. Oh, oh wait, I don't have anti-aliasing because I already have upscaling mode. Right, so this one on low. No. Surface quality, draw distance, near is good. Distance, shadow quality, low. Ambient occlusion, bloom is fine, I think. Motion blur, depth of field. I think depth of field doesn't take too much. Damn, the game is barely running at 60 with this. Well, at least it works. Here we go. Oh my god, pet the bird. More bird here. Mini bird. Smooch? I want a smooch bird. Oh, more bird here? Oh my god. This one looks smoochable. I mean, is this smooching? I'm basically inside its head. Talk to my monster every day. Lifelong companion after all. Communication is the key to any good partnership. Fuck yeah, we love communication. Go behind them. The perfect place. Kitty. He's meow GSD. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh, further back? Smack that butt? Oh. Hi. Oh, that's Toby, right? Why are they wearing masks? It's so adorable, oh my god. Let's remember, go behind. We love Toby. Potion recipe. There's no emotes to do? Hi. Those two are masked because it's your companion's monsties? My companion? That's so adorable though. I got the tail on the head. I'm so fucking jealous. God fucking damn it. Hi Raka. I cannot get in. My monstie, what do you mean I cannot get in? Hi. This game sucks. Pontificating? What does it even mean? Oh. Busy guard, welcome back, Your Highness. His Majesty awaits your return. Please proceed to the throne room at once. What if I say no, though? Objective display? Oh, I want to show objective. This will show a pin of your current destination and Rudy will explain your goals. Oh, Rudy? Hime! Hime! Mufa! Wait, Mufa! Oh my god, the Mufa is back? Holy! Oh, we cannot pet the Mufa? This is the shittiest game ever, I cannot believe it. No way! We cannot pet the Mufa! What? Cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. Why are they hitting? Barif? Would they hit me? Ow. Ow. Hime! Oh, tiny Rathalos statue? Are they Rathalos? Are they Fatalis? Or no, they are Rathalos, I think. It's on Fatalis, definitely. They have like they have like beak. Nice statue. They look so chunky and fat too. chunky little dragon. I love them all. Oh my god. Is there something there? Oh, that's where I came from. Okay. Alright, let's continue.
Hi. お待たせしました、父上。
レンジャーの方はどうだ？石化の調査に進展はあったか？
いえ。ですが、得られるものはあるので続けます。今朝も新たな場所で卵石を発見しましたし。
やはり200年前と似ている。
戦が起きる前触れかもしれぬ。
戦
？200年前の亡国戦争の時に似ているのだ。モンスターが石化するという謎の現象が起きたと伝わっている。
ビュリオンとの関係が悪化した今、再び石化現象が目撃されるように、偶然とは思えぬ。
お前を呼んだのはビュリオンの動きを知らせるためだ。彼らが武装を整えつつあるという知らせがあってな。いざという時にはレンジャーに動いてもらわねばならぬこともあり得る。心しておいてくれ。
ですがレンジャーは戦うために存在しているわけでは。
国あってのレンジャーだ。そしてお前は我が国で唯一のレウスライダーだ。有事においてお前にしかできぬ活躍がある。
Oh no。
ビュリオンの使者と話し合いの場を設けた。お前も同席せよ。
国王、よろしいのですか？
何がだ？
それは。
Is it because I'm a kid?
僭越ながら申し上げます。ビュリオンとの関係が悪化したことで、10年前の事件について再び抗議の声が上がるようになりました。ビュリオンより嫁がれた先代女王アマラ様の行いを糾弾する声も、姫を政治の場に出せば矢面に立たせることになるかと。
構わぬ。よいか、これは命令だ。
わかりました。
また召集をかける。言ってよい。
失礼します。
Unfortunate. It's like living under. It's like being a king and queen's kid is just not that good. I feel like might be even worse. Hi Mars. Oh my god, it's the squeaky dragon. Welcome, welcome.
どうした？いい話ではなかったのか？
ビュリオンと戦になる可能性があるらしい。
そうか。最近貴族たちがピリピリしているのはそれが理由か。
ビュリオンとの話し合いに参加するよう言われた。気が重いな。
国王は期待しているんだろう。いい機会だ。参加してみればいい。
簡単に言わないで。知ってるでしょ、私が陰で何と呼ばれているか。裏切り者のアマラの子。私のことを疎ましく思っている者は多い。
アマラ様はレンジャーという組織を作り、モンスターを保護する活動をした方だと聞いた。俺もレンジャーのみんなもアマラ様を尊敬してる。何よりも俺たちは君の味方だ。自信を持て。
ありがとう。
さあ仕事に戻ろう。新入りが待ってるぞ隊長。
うん。
Hey, Rangers are nice.
姫、用事は済みましたかな？
ええ。隊長、感激です。直々に特訓していただけるだなんて。ちゃんと話すのは初めてね。よろしく。若いのに優れたライダーだって聞いてるわ。
優れているだなんてとんでもない。ライドしているのは生活の一部でして、それより私、ずっと隊長に憧れていたんです。この国に一人しかいないレウスライダーの隊長に。
そうなんだ。
どこへだってついていきます。得意家マグマ吹き出す母さん、どこへなりとお供させてください。姫のお供はこのルディである。
聞いてくれるかな。これから行くのは薬石の森ね。そこで森染めをする。まずはレンジャーがどんな活動をしているのか体験してもらいたいの。モンスターが生息している場所もあるから、しっかり準備をしてから出かけよう。
了解です、隊長。
The base is where the rangers gather. Here you can have a meal at the ranger mess and access the chest to perform various functions. The following action can be performed at the chest: change appearance, armor color, change layer armor and color, change companion outfits. View the gallery. Oh, even at the chest? Holy shit. with the various functions. Heck yeah. Ash, oh my god, Kobo friend, hi. Hope Ash is doing good. Oh. Of course it's Legiana, hi. I mean, Simon is riding a Legiana, so that makes sense. This Malzino armor, oh my god! I must smooch a Malzino. Malzino. That's good enough. How's the queen? I still don't know if I'm the queen of couples. But I'm doing pretty good. Hope Mars and Ash is doing good as well. Hope everyone here is doing good. Martina. Monsterpedia? Yenkutku? Already? Mufa. Look at that Mufa. Oh my god. Yenkuku, Toby, and Rata. Rata. Oh my god, cute bat. Duck. Word of a Pookie writing prodigy came through the grapevine. She does actually write it, but I do when I can separate fact from fiction. It's early in the morning, but I'm good. Oh, good to know, good to know. Well, I hope you had a nice evening. Pookie. Wait, you can do that. Oh, you can do the left-right dance here? Oh, it's kinda hard to do in this game. Dirks? Yeah, a lot of Dirk in this game. We don't get to play as a Dirk, but I'll take it. I just wish I can smooch Dirks in this game. Like, look at this, I just want to smooch. Okay, what are we doing? In Ogoro Expedition is a Blightstone... What? Smooching Dirk is good? I know, right? It's so good. I want to smooch dragons so much. Oh my god. Smooching Kobold is better? Well, I would like to smooch both. Azuria Castle. Just head straight to go out? Okay. I'm not gonna talk to everyone here. Oh my god. It's Aptonoff. Aptonoff is so cute, oh my goodness. Oh my god, Napranov. Certified Kobo Smoocher. Mars? Ooh. Return video ending from the video editing dungeon and share the script for the stream by highlighting Foolish Samurai. It's the Foolish Samurai from Samurai Jack. So my job is the tallest kobold. Apparently you're tall for a kobold. I think you're very tall for a kobold, right? I'm like I was 106 cm, but I feel like I want to make myself smaller. I want to be either 75 cm, I think. I think 75 cm sounds good. Also very tall for a kobold. I'm sure Chip's a kobold. Oh, that is Samurai Jack. We watched the clip together. Another kobold. And Chip is like the honorary kobold. I think that's the word. I hope my PC doesn't explode from opening up Google after this. Alright, let me try. Please don't die. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. My PC. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. It's just a simple... encoding overloaded? Yeah, it's fine. Well, I'm 5'7". That's very huge for a kobold. Nonsense, Kobo is perfect blow height. Hey, that's why I want to be smaller. If I'm smaller, I could be perfecter blow height, you know? Right? Right? Am I right or am I right? Wait, what am I looking at? Mods put this guy into the pair wiggler. No, not Narix. Kobo wants to be kneecap height so that I can get uppies when I'm Yeah, yeah, yep, I'm looking at this. What am I looking at, hey? I think we don't need to mute. We don't need to mute the game. Oh, I never really get to stop by Zen's channel. I don't know how Zen sounds like.
Foolish samurai! I lace your shit! Fuck!
Fuck! We love... Gosh, Samurai Jack though. Isn't that thing's name is Aku, right? Aku is like the founder of Extra Thick, I think. This is based on how it sounds. It's okay. I will now use that as a reference to how you sound like. When the Queen of Kobo to get uppies on command. Oh, I want uppies. They're smaller than me and they keep my title. Aku? Aku is so funny. I love Aku. Alright, let's continue playing this. This is your first real mission as a ranger. First, let's write our monthlies to the overlook. Oh. In any other, I guess it's 2 meter. But then I provided you with very normal and accurate clip of my voice back to the editing dungeon I go. But you know, Captain, I figured my inaugural expedition was going to be in the Blightstone Woods. Right you are, I'll explain in detail later. Looks like we're starting off with the skill every ranger must learn. You have a Toby? I hate you. Shampoo or sunbloom? Alright, let me just destroy everything here. Gimme! There's so many things I can take. I want to grab everything I can. Oh, Captain, it's a Velocipray. Destructive Kobo. The Velocipray around here have been wreaking havoc on the Aptonov ecosystem lately. As rangers, we can't let this stand. We'll slay the Velocipray. Think there's a chance to test your skills. Monsters in the field. Coming into contact with a monster will trigger a battle. Running into one from behind will guarantee a preemptive strike, but if a monster hits you from behind, you will suffer a surprise attack. A caution icon will appear over strong monsters. This icon can be one of 2 colors depending on the difference between your levels. The monster level is slightly higher than yours. Red is like, oh shit, right? Okay. I'm busy smooching kobolds. Hey, what about me? Perfect opponent to test the rookie's skill. Uh-oh. Looks like the Velocipray is aiming for you, Thea. Why don't you try handling this by yourself?
Hi.
A fight against a fleet-footed Velocipray is a contest of speed. When you and your opponent are targeting each other directly, you enter a head-to-head. For the 3 attack types, power beats technical, technical beats speed, and speed beats power. Power beat tech, tech beat speed, speed beat power. Okay. I have fake horns. Oh, number 1. Your number 1 nearest queen. Shiny glowy quartz. Ooh. I have curved ones. Normal horn. Okay, power beats technical, technical beats speed. Speed beats power. It works when your opponent target one another with attacks that have attack types. Do you have additional opponent charge the kinship gauge? Increase the damage you take. Oh, okay. The opponent uses speed attack too, and such the clash under the draw. See the battle line that shows who the monster is going to target next. Speed. Technical beats speed, right? Speed. Wait, power beats technical. Technical beats speed. Okay. I think that's it. You read its move like a pro. Wow. Aim for a double attack. You and your monster should both use attacks with type advantage. If you and your monster win a head-to-head while targeting the same opponent, it will result in a double attack. Will not occur if the rider uses a skill. Do significant damage to the opponent when it greatly feels the kinship gauge, stops the entombment. Oh wow, okay. Fingers are pain, but crystal shading is so fun. Oh, they don't? Is belief at the time you just switch monsters? Select the monster orders will allow you to choose which skill monster you use and switch on monster during battle. You can only switch once per turn. And on their own without the need to direct orders from you. Letting the monster and on its own will feel the kinship gauge slightly faster than when giving orders. Okay, so... And then the accessory double attack. The rangers have to use a technical attack? What if I do power? Hi, yeah, the game doesn't allow me to do it. Okay, fine. Something coming our way. Oh, hi. Oh, it's a drone? I don't even know. This one leads those other crested cuckoo? I thought normal text was suffice, that's why you could tend to use a skill. Many skills are powerful, but they consume stamina, so think before you use them. Stamina may recover naturally, but be careful not to overdo it. Oh, okay. Select skills in battle to consume stamina and use an active skill. Some have an attack type and can trigger head-to-head under the right condition. Active skill vary according to your weapon. Available active skill can be further increased by adding a decoration. Oh, okay. Charge tackle. Change the type you choose from on the type and for the opponent. Oh, wait. You can change it like this now? Ooh. Charge tackle is blunt, I think. Yeah, charge tackle is blunt. Skills can reduce a monster's vibrant soul gauge. Makes it much easier to slay monsters, so make sure to plug away at those vibrant soul gauges. Oh, up there. Okay, okay. Represents a monster's fighting spirit. Reduces 0 give you a big advantage in battle. Attack with active skill, attack while riding, use kinship skills. Okay. I can draw stickman, much skill. Hey, drawing stickman is way better than using AI. So, Ash has skill, Kobo friend has many skill. Let's whittle down the Velocidrome's private soul gauge. It don't really matter specific type the damage does in the main line, it just takes the weapon typing here. It's not aiming for me, right? It's not aiming at anyone. Wait, so I'll just strong charge slash. Sure, I'll do. Slash. Oh my god, it just breaks the entire one. Okay, let's do it. Holy, game looks crazy. Mighty Angry? When enraged, monsters tend to charge up the attack, change up the attack patterns. Attack tendencies also change depending on the monster's form. Alright, I remember now. Hi Nina. Oh my god. Hello. Welcome. It's not gonna do... I'm pretty sure it's not gonna do speed attack anymore, right? Everyone's doing technical attack. I'm gonna do something stupid and just go. It's probably going to do power attack now. So if I do speed, I'm probably gonna big brain here. Celebrating my kitty wearing her sock. Ooh, I'll look at it after. Thank you, Nina. Alright, let's do it. Broken. Look at that. Huge brain. You get fucked. It's not aiming at me. It's not aiming at anyone. Aerial aim. Break bonus. It's already broken now. Damn. There we go. Synchro rush toppled? There goes its weapon soul gauge. The velocity drum is down. Breakhead. Oh, I'll finish it with a synchro rush. Synchro rush? More fireball? Damn! This game looks crazy though, what the fuck? This game looks so crazy. Wait, whoa. Holy, I kinda like it now. Synchro Rush deals a ton of damage, don't miss the chance to unleash one when you can. A Synchro Rush can be activated when a lone monster is toppled. If you choose not to Synchro Rush, the monster will remain toppled? Oh, okay. Inflict massive damage and greatly charges the kinship gauge. Rank-ish. Then you got the basic of combat? Think handle next battle solo? Wow. Monster mission can be earned by winning battle, experience points, increase rider monthly levels, monster materials. If your heart reaches 0, you lose the battle. You can then restart from a nearby caravan, stand, or other locations. Certain battles will give you the option to retry if you're defeated. Okay. When the battle is finished, HP and heart will be fully recovered. All abnormal status will be cured and stamina return to this base value. Okay. So we'll always start fresh then. I can hardly believe we took that sucker down. We were heading to an overlook if I recall. Yeah. There's a lookout point from there. From there we'll search for the first entrance. The combat looks so fucking cool though, holy shit. And there's also the sucker. Or a dragon, yeah. Yeah. Oh, jump. What are we waiting for? I'm trying to steal everything here. What do you mean, what are you waiting for? Look at how many things I'm stealing here. Holy shit. Of 4 dragons? I cannot help it. I must suck. Nice. Already level 6? Crazy. I'll make a chain. Oh, I just took it. Wow, I don't even need to mine them. What if I go the other way here? Shut up, Thea. I'm just gonna punch you. Oh? Oh my god, they never shut up. I cannot explore this place. Noisy car. At that overlook. Now head up to the lookup point. I thought that Retta couldn't climb lookup points? I bought a Toby Kadachi capable of climbing walls, switching between bounces so you go all sorts of places. Climb walls? Oh. 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 Oh my god, that's so cute. Explorer feline? And I suppose this is the fresh face to the ranger rings I've been hearing about. My name's Thea, the newest ranger recruit. Explore the feline. They travel all over the world, drawing up maps wherever they go. Precisely. We chart maps and look up points across the land. If you talk to one of us, we'll happily hand over a map. Oh, okay. Here's a detailed map of the region as surveyed. A fitting gift for a rookie setting off on her inaugural expedition. Okay. Allow me to instruct you on how to use lookup points. Borrow a spyglass? Observe the path to the woods from a spyglass. Look to the right first. What's right? This is right, right? Oh. There's something I want to check out. They should look at the icon. It's on the other side of the path. It gets more crystallized the further we go, which means we should be able to take that road to Blightstone Woods. I mean, no time at all. Now we know which way we should go. Place marker so we don't forget the location. Okay. Fine flight model after Rata wings. This lookup points in the lake area. And then climb with Toby? Wouldn't make farm work that much easier? Must be tortured to do it by hand. Hi. My family vineyard grows the greatest grapes. The one that's all white and fluffy. Paolumu? Oh, these are Paolumu? There's lookup point in East Azuria. What's with the red marker? Oh, the red marker just like... Oh, okay, okay. I guess that's everything. Oh. Hi. The grapes and porgies on the family farm both raised on clean Azurian water. Wow. There's a pin on the chest. I spotted it and it remains visually for me to go for it after closing the telescope. There's a chest somewhere? Maybe I'm blind. I don't see it. dark corners, maybe? Oh. Is that blue yen kutku? Jump what, mid-air, start flying? I wanna grab everything that I can. Cannot. Can I not? Oh. Oh no. Maybe you could do some gathering before her inaugural expedition. Hit the tree with a breath for melee attack to make it drop fruit you can gather. I've been gathering so much. Trade items and trade points when gathering. Exchange for the links, emporium in cities and campsites. While riding melee? Okay. In front of you, hit the monster with action start by that advantage. If your level is sufficiently higher than the one the target monster, melee can even slay it outright. Oh shit. Use melee attack on large gathering points on the wall to acquire a large amount of items. Some walls in the field can also be broken with melee attack. Oh, R2? Breath? Okay, aim. Riding action can hit distant targets. It can be used by monsters that have a breath skill, even by some that do not. Melee attack and breath can be used to break down large gathering points and destroy walls. I'm gonna go on a lurk. Wish you happy stream with Dragon. Of course. Have a good luck, Chip. Thank you. Good luck. Hitting a monster with breath can knock it down, allow you to pick up drop items. Approach a monster you have knocked down to initiate a preemptive strike. Much higher level than you cannot be knocked down with a breath. Okay. The visual of this game look crazy. Ooh, shiny. Big shiny. I've been eyeing them for so long. Any more things? Well, the Radiant, I'm actually it's a rather lost. Hi, hi, Jake. Smash me instead, Exon. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Jake. I think that's everything. In the same fucking country, you've had a collect there. Okay. No, you must care. Different color. Different color. Wait, so I'm writing a Toby? I could write a Toby. Can we have this in the mainline games? I know, right? Fuck. Armor sphere? I guess Rice had it, but they weren't friends. Yeah, they weren't friends. Does this game have baby monsters too? That was my favorite part of Stories 2 demo. I think they should be. So they're probably gonna go make fried rice. Make some for me too. I want fried rice. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything here. Let's keep going. Feels like there's a lot more things that I can go, but it's okay. Let's go here. Haven't seen any like egg hatching mechanics yet.
さあ、着いたよ。今日はここで森染めを行うわ。はい、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
具体的に何をするかというと、森を探検しながらモンスターの卵探索をしてもらう。はい。ですが、卵探索ですか？そうだよ。卵探索はライダーにとって大切な仕事の一つでしょ。自分の相棒になってくれるお供を見つけることでもあるし。だけどレンジャーにとってはもっと特別な意味があるわ。特別な意味ですか？そう、レンジャーにとって卵探索は絶滅危惧種のモンスターを保護するという意味があるの。絶滅危惧種の卵を見つけたら保護して育てる。そして野に返してモンスターの数を増やしていくのよ。
それはライダーのしていないことですね。とてもいいことだと思います。
ところで、どうして絶滅の危機にあるモンスターがいるか知ってるか？
石化現象で自然環境が変わってしまったからでしょうか。
さすが、優秀と言われるだけのことはあるな。
恐縮です。
もう一つ要因があると俺たちは考えている。確かに石化現象は一因になっているが、それだけじゃない。脅威モンスターというのを聞いたことはあるか？
脅威モンスター。それってとんでもなく恐ろしい力を持っているモンスターのことですよね。遭遇したら最後生きて帰れた者はいないって聞きました。ん？それは妙だ。不正解である。どこ が妙なんですか？生きて帰れた者がいないなら恐ろしい力を持ってるということも伝わらない。
Yeah.
うわー、言われてみれば確かにそうですね。
とんでもなく恐ろしい力を持ってるってところは正しい。自然の断りを超越した力を持ってるとされてる。
Yeah,
生態系を潰しに来るとね。脅威モンスターのことはまた詳しく教えるよ。
わかりました。
それじゃあ行こうか。あとは移動しながら説明するよ。はい。
ところで
There are plants of the ancient past we can harvest. Make sure to pick up any you come across. Combining is essential preparation for any monster encounter. Potion by combining an herb with a blue mushroom. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can combine more. Honey. Those look like speed monsters, no? Got him. Great sword basics. Slash weapon is specific way to deal damage. Used by winning head to head or using certain skills. Increase the power of skills in proportion to the level of the gauge. Oh, okay. Oh, red Banabra. If they're red, they should do power, right? And if they're power, speed is the way to go. I shouldn't have changed. Both aiming. You're not aiming at anyone. Are they not aiming at anyone? Increase charge gauge by 1 level, then deals damage for enemy with the weapon element. Wait, who is my Toby aiming? Oh, okay. Bonk. Oh, alright, they die outright sometimes, I forgot. Magic charm recipe. Red don't really denote the typing. Even in Master Hunter Stories 2, there were alternate colors for them, but they're all the same. Oh, okay. So they really do speed attacks then. I mean, they are bugs. I feel like they should do speed attacks, but what do I know? Guess I'll know once they get to hit me. Ale Omido. Oh. Pig? Is that my family's Poogie? So I was in a place like this. What's a Poogie from back home doing all the way out here? We had a heck of a storm a while back. The poor spooked Poogies all ran off together, and we've been looking for them ever since. Think we could do something about it? We're in the middle of her inaugural expedition, but surely we can rescue it. Poogie hunt near Poogie, help Poogie. Poogie are small creatures that reside in every region. If you have a Poogie, it will gain you an item as a token of appreciation. So... Poogie. It's so funny every time I say Poogie too, because Poogie in Bahasa Malaysia means... well, means vagina, so there you go. Now you know. straight ticket. Ooh. Okay, no fall damage. They have strong legs. Hiya. Hiya. What'd I do? Oh, the game tells you! Venom's surprise are known for their speedy attacks. Wow! If your level is much higher than the monster that you are fighting, he has stated before, his quick finish option is not available for some monsters such as quest target. Instantly set the monster and gain XP and monster materials. Oh, okay. How do I quick finish again? Oh, okay. Easy. Oh wait, it's here. Oh yeah, this combining, right? Combine fear and merge items together to create a new item. Combo recipes can be earned as quest reward obtained in the Melinx Emporium, acquired by other means. Okay. Yep. Yep. Heartbreaky and Breaky deserves many hugs. Oh no, Kizu.
話には聞いていましたが、本当に卵みたいな形をした石がありますね。
卵のように見えるから卵石と呼ばれているわ。
このモンスターは
フルフルだ。今ではめったに見かけないモンスターだが、昔はこれだけ生息していたんだな。
触っても大丈夫でしょうか？
大丈夫だ。卵石そのものに害はない。
It's a dangerous condom.
発見されたのは今からおよそ200年前。それからしばらくの間、目撃情報がなかったんだけど、10年前から各地で卵石が発見されるようになったの。
They look like Josia.
わからない。卵石の場所も石化したモンスターにも共通点はなく、石化の原因も不明。その原因を突き止めるのに卵石を調査するのもレンジャーの大事な仕事。
謎だらけの怪現象に挑むなんて、やっぱりレンジャーはかっこいいですね。大抵の新入りは怖がるというのに。怖いもの知らずもいいが、身の安全が第一。大事なことだから覚えておくように。了解です、ルディ先輩。先輩？悪くない。
Cute kitty. Hey kitty. There should be a pack of other approaches up ahead. If you are looking to avoid the skirmish, try using a monster roll. Moment to sleep by any monsters? Roll is a riding action used to intimidate monsters. You can send them a monster running with fear. Oh. It might have been dangerous. A well-placed road should clear the path. Where are the monsters? Where are the monsters? Am I blind? I'm not seeing any monsters here. Oh. Kill them! Kill them! Oh, but I hit them though. Axixon? Come here! I'm going on a rampage! That's way better than rolling, excuse me? Okay, I kinda like this game more and more now. Who? Oh wait, Toby can climb walls. Yeah. Oh, I don't even see them, hello. Bye. Wookie? Okay, this is where we need to go. Hi, Ambre. Tobi Kadachi, my beloved. Everyone loves Tobi Kadachi for good reason. We love Tobi. I sense something. Oi! Oi! Hiya! Kill. Also, hope you're doing good, Ambre. Welcome. Trekken. Can I combine potion with honey? Oh wait. They limit the usage of potion in a battle? Ooh, that's an interesting choice. I mean, I guess it wouldn't let you prolong the fight for too long. If you're too weak, you're too weak, I guess. Nice. Auto restore to full HP, full hearts every combat. Anyways, yeah, we start fresh every time, so it's like if we are, if we were to fight with something that's too strong, we cannot sort of like spam potion to survive long, and then slowly chip them down because there's only 5 potions per battle. Interesting choice, anyway. Still. Egu.
珍しい模様ですね。 潮流種でしょうか。超レアな絶滅危惧種の卵かもしれませんぞ。
残念だがそれはないな。ほら、
Looks like Power
親の
Lumo.
落とし物だ。
その羽はひょっとして。
こっちに来る。
I hate the rat.
パオウルムーか。空からの攻撃に気をつけて。ルーディ。
Uh-oh.
これ好きのこと。相手をしてやる。かかってこい。
Love the hammer thing. Because I can smash Toby. This is where it could be other smash, the better smash. Nice teeth. You could smash me instead. You're still gonna use the combat, don't push it too hard, understood? Okay. Power Lumo feels technical, no? If Power Lumo technical, we need power? Who's power? Rata? Yeah, Rata is power. Let's give it a try. Not enough stamina. Let's break the body first. Oh, yeah, they are technical. Mulishinai, at least she's not interjecting almost every sound of the fight with "Let's ride on, cringe." Plus point of the more milder voice of Rudy compared to Naviru. Yeah, fuck Naviru, honestly. Alright, are you aiming anyone? No, okay. I have some stamina. Let's get charge tackle? Yeah. Oh wait. Are you aiming... what? Well, you are aiming at Ratha, so this will be a double attack, I think? Oh. Oh, they do two actions. You say much name in the rich monster. Went from technical to maybe speed now? I mean, probably we get speedy when it's like at the air like this. Technical attack might be the way to go here. They're probably gonna do a double attack here now. This will need to change for now. Whatever soul damage or topple. Oh, this one needs arrows. Ah, both attack doesn't work on my favor, for my favor. Yeah. I don't like the look of it. If we finish what it started, it won't be easy to destroy with a great sword. Why not pierce it and let the air out? From skill center, I can iron bow and attack. Rider weapon, steel slashing, blown or piercing damage, and each of these types is effective against different monster parts. When you have multiple weapons equipped, you can use the switch weapon option from the skills menu to switch the weapon you use. Ooh, you can have different weapons now? Wow, okay. Once you switch your iron bow, aim for the neck pouch with a normal attack. Technical attack in this, right? So, wait, I got a free hit, nice. It's aiming for me. Get him! Oh, nice. Ooh. Another one? yeah. Hell yeah, tail. Mount your musty and press the attack. Riding straight a bond between the harness and Munster. They reach new height of power. And tail, yeah. Hi Fluffy. Oh my god. Freaking. You can ride your Munster once your kinship cage is filled. Riding will end if your HP reaches 0 and if you lose 2 head-to-heads. Oh, okay. Powerful kinship skills will become available while riding. These skills can be used to cancel every enemy action. Using a kinship skill will cause riding to end. Okay. Oh, together? What? 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 Nah, that's cool as fuck. They have like synchronized kinship attacks? What? No, okay, wait, no, that's cool as fuck, holy shit. Something's coming. Come. Uh-oh. Wee. What? You trying to kill Steel? Luffy. Find a terror monster. Try hitting them. Alright. Oh yeah. It counter-attacked? It seems to hate being attacked there. We did destroy the crystallized part. It is too dangerous to take it now. We must look for the right opportunity to break that part. Backlash. Attacking a crystallized part of a feral monster may result in a backlash counter-attack. Different monsters unleash a backlash while in different states, so be wary to whether they counter before or after transformation. So, not now, right? I don't know what they're trying to do here, so... Chantakara to me feels like power, you know what I mean? So, if it's power, we need speed. Let's just change it for now. I might be wrong here, but I'm just sort of guessing. Increase charge rate by 2 levels and deal damage to one enemy with the weapon element. I did shot that part, did I? Oh my god. And then for the Chantakara using lightning? Encroachment influences the ecology as well. You break the crystallized part, we won't have to sidestep any more lightning. Feral monsters are capable of using powerful feral attacks, but these can be weakened by destroying the monster's crystallized part. Additionally, a feral monster's vibrant soul gauge will be more easily depleted after it uses a feral attack. Looking worn out. Winning a power that is inherent to its species. Okay. I still don't know what it does, so... I'm still gonna bet that it's power. Yeah, let's try it. I don't know. Oh. Tail. Oh no! It will inflict devastating injuries to break them at once. It's concentrating attention on those forelimbs. Oh. Actually, the ore around its forelimbs is too dangerous to ignore. So either we destroy the ore to weaken its forelimbs or break the crest part to receive this feral strain. We have to prioritize one or the other. The choice is yours. Hiya. Still don't know what damage it does. That's the problem. Let's paracare. They are both doing power attack, so let's make sure they don't miss this one. Hiya. Okay, they did it. It doesn't contain when its forelimbs are reinforced with ore. Focus on breaking the crystal if the time is right. They were doing power attack, right? I might be wrong here. I didn't pay attention. Fuck. Alright, here we go. Ow. Did they change the behavior? No, not yet. This has to be... Wait, are they doing technical? Shit, I don't know. It does frog damage. Hi, Zeus. I'm just gonna do it for it. Hiya. Yeah, they're doing technical. Thank God. Broke the crystallize. Oh, that stops the double attack. They cannot move? They're doing speed. I cannot write yet, right? Yeah, I cannot write yet. Break bonus. Oh, we break the crystal, but not... Okay, okay. Easy and strongest ones before you keep pushing, we'll win this. Guess we'll keep trying. Kinship gauge. I'll just keep showing the same part again and again. Stagger? Oh, weapon soul gauge. Nice. What are they afraid of again? Head, weapon soul gauge. Weapon soul damage? I think this one breaks. Yeah, let's do this one. I think they're doing power still. So I think it's our chance to do more damage now. Let's do a normal double attack here. Or not. Oh, okay, okay. That should kill? Oh, no? Okay. We should do kinship skill. They should do it as well, right? Yeah, Kanashi Fury, they're doing it. Synchronized kinship skill is insane. Nice. We beat it somehow? What formidable opponents. Yeah, I almost died. Multiple times.
大丈夫か？
みんながいてくれて助かった。ティオもよく頑張ったね。ありがとうございます。無我夢中で戦っただけですけど。
しかし、ここにも脅威モンスターがいたとは。
本当に恐ろしいモンスターでした。生態系を壊した原因になっているというのがよくわかりました。
ああ、今のところ脅威モンスターを制御できるライダーはいない。討伐して生態系を正常化するのが一番だ。
見た目はチャタカブラと似てましたけど、あんな力をどうして手に入れたのでしょうか。
それを探るのもレンジャーの仕事よ。
やるべきことがたくさんありますね。頑張ります。
森染めも終えたことだし、これからは正式にレンジャーの仲間。よろしくね。はい。そろそろ戻ろう。パオウルムーの卵はティオ、あなたに預ける。
いいんですか？
今日の記念、大事に育てるのよ。はい、
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ卵を返そうか。
Paolumo, unlucky. Unlucky. Where's my Maltino? I wonder if Maltino is in this demo. Would be crazy if Maltino is in this demo.
Ranger だからって決まり事はあまりないんだけど、私のするように真似をして。
Oh, we both get one?
本格的だな。
ティオはレンジャーになって初めての儀式になるからって。
ああ、なる。姫ちゃんらしいや。
聖なる絆よ。
モンスターの目覚めを強く祈って。
かの乗り人と眠りし御霊の絆を結びたまえ。
眠りし御霊の絆を結びたまえ。
えぐえぐ。I don't like Paolumu. I don't like Paolumu. Hiya. Vitality fairly potent. Apply element none. Oh, Paolumu is technical. Okay. Jet balloon, vengeful attack. Hyper shot and killer crush. Level 20. I mean, level 10 is max, no? Fly jump, melee roll. Stealth, ground dive, swim? Oh.
誕生の時はいつも身が引き締まる。
次は伝承の儀ですね。
気が早いわ。一つずつよ。
そうね。伝承の儀はもう少ししてからにしよ
う。Why Paolumu though? I feel like I'm so mean sometimes. If it's something that I'm not really into, then I'm just like, I'm being as mean as possible.
もう
何かあった？
もう終わりよ。見てこれ。
あ、
これ依頼書ね。なんでこんなに？
実はビュリオンの監視と警備を強化するため、多くのライダーが国境に向かうことになったのです。彼らの仕事はレンジャーに回せと国王が。
そうだったんだ。
頼りにしてもらえるのはありがたいけどね。さすがにこの量ともなるとなあ。
畑の収穫の手伝いに壊れた屋根の修理ね。俺たちは何だと思ってやがる。
これは国王のご命令である。
ちょっと見せてくれるかな。私たちに声がかかっている理由が分かったかも。
さすが。
それはぜひとも拝聴したいもんだ。
ええ、ほとんどが国境の近くに住んでいる人たちからの依頼みたい。
国境ですか？
そう。国境の守りを固めていることと無関係ではなさそう。人手が足りていないというのもあるんだろうけど。
だったら確かめに行ってみるか。あまり見かけないモンスターを見たから調べてほしいって依頼もあるようだし。
そういう依頼なら俺たちの領分でもあるわな。
どうする？直接ではないにせよ国事に関わることになるかもしれない。無理しなくてもいい。
そこへ行ってみる。シモン、一緒に来てほしい。
もちろんだ。
シモン？
ところで
Before we head for the border, let's stop by the stables and see how our Munsties are doing. Munchty. It's the kitty! I wonder how the Paolumu we hatched is doing. I will love your Munsties fur you. Manage Munsties? Actually, I will via manage Munstie, view Munstie detail, change name, release Munstie, set favorites. Oh. What is that little shit? The Lumu is dead. I mean, I don't like Lumu, but I don't wish Lumu dead though. Here you can view details about Munsties in the stables and rename them if you wish. Munsties can be released from the stables, where released Munsties will never return. Some Munsties cannot be released, such as Munsties in your current party or those registered as a party set. L3 in the Manage Munsties menu, set a Munsties as a favorite. Assigned Munsties will appear in the Favorites tab. Once a Munstie has been set as a favorite, some functions such as releasing it cannot be performed. Nice. So do we release this one? Release Munstie. Yeah. Bye bye, Paolumu. See, told you that. No, I'm only releasing the Lumu. It's not dead. What do you mean? Lumu is not dead. Fuck Lumu. I'm not that mean. You're releasing I'm killing it? Well, that's you, not me. I didn't kill it. I mean, as a griffon, you're gonna eat sometimes now. the situation at the border. Exit from the gate to the right of the village center. Oh. Take my elves to my field for one night. Someone wrecks them. My master's story is sure to be furious. They say that someone torn a swab through the grapevines I look after. There were holes over the place too. It's such a pain filling them in. If you come across the culprit who made a mess of my field, do you think you can get rid of them? Vineyard vandalism. Find the vineyard vendor. Accept. The grapes themselves were left untouched. Why turn up the soil and ignore the fruit? I haven't the foggiest idea. The ruined fields are past the main gate to the left. If the miscreant comes back, please send them packing. Okay. Oh. Oh, we got Smithy now. Hell yeah. We got a great selection. Take your time. Check out what we got in stock. And you can forge and upgrade equipment at the smithy. Upgrading weapons and armor to max level will grant you decorations related to the equipment. Oh? Upgrading the weapon to the max will grant a decoration related to the equipment only? Interesting. Specify the forge upgrade level, provide the materials. Layer armor only changes the outward appearance of armor. You will receive it when forging armor. It can be equipped at the chest in any base. Okay. Ooh, got the bonk. Oh, and a gun lens? Oh, I want gun lens. And gun lens is piercing? I guess that makes sense. We changed out the piercing one as well. And then I want the bonk. Less damage but more wyvern fell. Ew, binahabara weapons? Why? Divine Blessing, Stamina Surge. Ooh. Dragon Resistance? I guess I can wear Lumu armor. Thank you. The sun is shining directly at my face. Oh no. We may be in the middle of a survey, but we should procure some eggs as well. See the monster den over there? Ooh. Right. Hatching eggs you collect in den will add to the number of monsters you can count on. A fine plan indeed. Having a Leviathan monster will let you swim, expanding your available search area. If you find an egg, be sure to secure it. Well, 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 well. Red ends? Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Whiskers in Bunyahabra around this part. If I can stand bugs. If I'm now busting in the bar, all my friends would call me scaredy feline. On the plains to the lake, they like to tag along for the monsters. Okay. The lake? Lake where? There? For a demo, there's a lot more to do, I feel like. I like it. Yen, cool. Oh, shiny? Track item. Got him. If that's technical, we need power, right? Let's fight them. Got him. Not safe for multiple Masato storage tree. I don't know. Oh, there's 3 of them. Oh shit. They are power. Tail? Consume charge gauge to damage one enemy with weapon element. Oh. Holy. 7. Oh, that's cool. Holy, Shimon is OP? I should try to kill the Velociprey. Yeah, even the game is telling me to do that. Like, look at this Velociprey, it's already so weak. I have 1 charge gauge, you know, still. Thank you, I guess? Ow. Don't think it's technical anymore. They could be power now. I mean, Fawn is doing speed, so... Let's see what they do first. I'm gonna try cutting the tail. Oh, they're speed now, okay. From technical to speed, okay. So now, if they are speed, we need technical. Come on, bird. Got him. They are not enraged anymore, so we should be back to power. Are they enraged still? Shit, I can't tell. I don't think they're enraged anymore. Bonk or piercing, okay. Piercing on the wings. Okay. Thanks. Oh. Is the gun lance? What the fuck? God damn. Nah, this game is cool as fuck. It's a very fucking angry Kuku. Oh, you have it then. This game is way too cool. God fucking damn it. I mean, I'm not as interested in this game, but after playing the demo, I kind of want to fucking play this game a lot now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Monster just retreat and exercise caution. So that one will guarantee... That one guarantees a Kutku. I don't know what this one gives though. Let's do all the monster then possible. Return from any dungeon and undercut the social represent my voice in a very normal manner. Ooh. Gorilla smash. Half sword. Ooh. Normal half sword business. Most excellent. I want to play half sword someday, you know, not soon. Eggs can be gathered by approaching them, and you can choose to replace the egg you last gathered with another one. However, a monster are likely to return to the den or wake up the longer you attempt to gather eggs. Once you get an egg, you must make it back to the den's entrance before you get to keep the egg. Those battle while carrying an egg, they will be lost. Strange phenomena may occasionally occur in the monster den. Many gathering points appear, many battlefields appear, many eggs appear with unlimited gathering attempts. Ooh. Shame. I should probably look at Nursilla? Wait a minute. Look at the clip. I want to look at how I love half sword gameplay. I mean, I've seen Salo play half sword quite a bit. We have egg here with Nursilla there. I mean, it's EP. I guess we can fight it. Nursilla feels very technical now. No, Nursilla has... Okay, for Monster Mystery Quest of Kinship, Nursilla has... take down attacks, right? No? I have no idea. I kind of want to fight it. But I don't know what it does. I don't think it does technical. It wants us to use technical, so it is... It doesn't like us using technical. So it's power? No. Technical beats speed, right? So there's speed. I'm so confused. I'm just making myself confused here. Just fucking, yeah. Just go Yen Kutku. Fire up its ass. It has to be technical attack. Alright, let's check. Bonk. Sword. Stun on claw. I think I kinda want to claw first. So we do technical attack on the claw. Hiya! 69, nice. Burn applied, lucky. Gunner's basics. This piercing weapon is capable of both defense and offense. It enables the use of shedding skills and skills that draw enemy attacks, as well as vibrant fire skills, which damage enemies with a single powerful attack. Ammo gauge starts fully loaded with the beginning of the battle, depletes with each use of shedding skills, replenished by winning head-to-heads or by using reload skills. Deals massive damage while the gun barrel will overheat, becomes unusable for a few turns. Using Hail Cutter can reduce the duration of the overheat. Okay. Well, it's targeting me now. TLNT? Oh, not enough stamina, wow. Let's do a technical attack. I might die here, but I don't know. Oh. At least it's weak to fire. Excuse-moi, did I just get one shot? The heart is lost when you or your monster's HP reaches 0. If you lose your heart, the battle will end in defeat. Restore the battles, okay. Battle allies also have hearts. You will not lose the fight if a battle ally loses all their heart, but they will be unable to help in the battle. Oh no. Yarareta. But I'm dealing good damage against them though. I believe in Fawn. They're doing power attacks. This is exactly why you don't fuck with the setup. I mean, one shot though? One shot? Consumes 2 shells to damage one enemy with the weapon element, then grants guard to the user. It's not aiming at me, so I don't need that for now. It's speed. Well, get fucked. Did it just went from speed to speed? You know, I think it went from speed to speed, no? This Legend is pretty silent versus screams. It is screaming constantly when I'm choosing attacks. It is speed, so we need technical. Alright, come back, chicken. No, it's 3 shells. Shelling uses stamina though. I want to use the big boy. Bye bye, Simon. Yeah, sure. This is so funny. It is not enraged anymore. Head to head with Simon. Well, Simon's gonna be like... Alright, let's just weapon fire this bitch. Ooh! Simon almost died. Here we go! Fuck yeah! What? Holy, Simon is everything! So it is still speed, right? Simon wins with technical, so we can disregard the attack using this. Oh, or not, they use a skill. Goodbye world. Daijobu ka? Yeah, sure, Daijobu! Only one shot? Necessary return to normal? Okay, now we don't know what it does. It is aiming at Fawn, though. Oh, I should use shelling if they attack me, right? Overheat for 10 turns. 10 turns is insane. Typical longsword users trying too hard to shake my head. Alright, we stun them. Oh, it went the technical, okay. Yeah, let's do it. It doesn't count the weakness. That's not a lot of damage. Icicle Realm. Okay, they're doing kinship. I should do this one. Go chicken! Do it! Beat the shit out of it. Simon! Holy fucking shit. I'm charging with my chicken! God damn! Get fucked. Easy. So easy. So, are you dead? Oh, you are dead, right? Feathers of prey? It's a fairly potent Leviathan egg. Mine. You can be spelled by a monster though. We have to keep our guard up. Well, yeah, the monster's dead. Can I get more egg? Hi, yeah, this game sucks. Wait, Mecha Godzilla. Wait, I want to look at your clip. I need to know how you sound like properly. There's only like 20 dividers a game to hatch. Oh, laggy. Mizu. My PC's dying. Help. Okay, everything's fine. It's okay. Look at that half sweat gameplay. Fuck yeah.
Hey, wait, ooh. Can't spawn next to me like that.
2 shields.
Okay.
Sounds about
I
right.
won.
Sounds about right.
Heck, if there's any stream you shouldn't watch while your wife is around, this is that.
We need that smash. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Honey, are you watching on the Gorilla Man and hecc?
Yes, honey, yes.
Yes, honey. That looks spooky though. What the fuck? We love Gorilla Smash. Gorilla. If you really have sword, be wary of enemies with axes. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Once I have the game. They're very dangerous. Ooh, could they be dangerous as dangerous as a couple? I don't want the cuckoo egg though. Let's go to this one. Well, one time, one of them removed both my legs. Then he went into a trap and killed. And he won? Classic. No monster. Won by technicality. We love the winning by technicality. It's okay. A win is a win. We take those. Tekken. It's a fairly potent Leviathan egg. The same one. I should want this egg. Can be hard to decide. Let's change it. Oh, I know what this is. This is Spongy Boy. So we have one Spongy Boy already. Bird Wyvern, this is Velociprey. I'm getting a bad feeling we may want to hurry things out a bit. What? You mean the monster's gonna come get us? I mean, we don't have... I mean, the color looks like Royal Ludroth. Royal Ludroth is the Leviathan, I'm pretty sure. They expedite your path to heaven, telling you chop chop. I swear to God. yeah, they are. I have 10,000 hours on Monster. I have 10,000 hours on Monster Hunter. Holy 10,000. Let's get all the monster then. Someone wants to fight me? Oh, chicken, 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 chicken. Hey, get out of here. What does chicken do again? Chicken is technical, right? So technical we need power. We have a preemptive strike, so we can do a skill here. Tail. Fireball. Ow. What did they go again? Speed? Question mark? Shit. I think it probably went from technical to power. So if it's power, we need speed. Well, I'm just guessing here, so I have no idea. Here we go. Fuck. Come on, it's a 50-50. Why are they doing Spirit Helm Breaker against... It's okay, I'm not even gonna question it. If it's speed, we need technical, right? Go, chicken! Let's do a skill on this. Damn! It died. Undefeated in head-to-heads. I got 100 million seconds in Monster Hunter Stories 2? 3 years? Damn. Damn. Hiya. Hiya. Meowster was catnapped. Here we get a little sun. Flying wyvern soup to get prisoner. See my Meowster, everyone, please tell me. Kidnapping. Search elevated areas in Azurian territory for the abducted person. Bushy beard, have you find him? Should still be in Azuria. Okay, that doesn't say much though, but we'll see. I don't really care about whoever your Meowster is, but I want monster then. I want hecc. So we have Spongy Boy, we have Velocipray. Oh! Temnoceran egg? Yes sir, it's shiny! Is that Tetsukabra? No way, right? Shiny. Totally take? Heck yeah, we love shiny. So we got 3 eggs to hatch. Should we get 1 Yen Cuckoo? I mean, I already have 1 Yen Cuckoo. It's just... Is that... Oh, it's a Gypsaros. What? Sits on egg? Uh-oh. Oh, flying Gypsaros somewhere. that ass. It just happened so sudden. Let's see, Bonk, Pierce, and... okay, let's get the tail. Temnosaurus Spooders, by the way. Oh, okay. Temnosaurus Spooder Clippy. No, it's Nacilla, right? The color doesn't resemble Nacilla at all. Chachi Tickle. Using lightning on rubber. Interesting choice. Okay, we can do charge tackle again. It's not aiming at anyone then. Oh, it's looking at Retta. I still don't know what it does. It did Venom, so... Ragnar, Nacilla, Tarantula, Lala Ballerina. No, it's gonna be Lala Ballerina. There's no Temnosaurus, or the one that you mentioned resembles those color. It's like dark green brownish. No, it's looking at Simon. Okay. Let's do strong charge slash on Hill. Flash? Oh. It's gonna flash everyone, no? What? Got him. Still don't know what it does. Why don't we bet on power? Maybe you can get a lucky double attack. I think we died there. Oh, you know we did it. Oh, they're technical. We got lucky. Cool. Can we ride this one? Let's do it. Kingship skill. Broken tail. Let's try this one. Shimon! Got him. Easy. Oh, so we can get a free Gypsaros now? Right, let's get this one. Two spots to take eggs from? There's still tons of egg in here. We should have our picks on the clutch. What? Wee! Wake up! Wake up! I'm fighting you again because why not? So Enrage is technical with power. Before Enrage we don't know what it does still, so let's see how we do it. Oh, I don't know what it does. I think this one he does Venom, right? I think this one he does Venom, but it's definitely not power, so let's change it to speed? I feel like you went from power to technical. Yeah, let's try this one. I don't know. Yeah, Venom. It's okay. Okay, it doesn't hurt as much. It's gonna flash, I think. So it does the same thing? Ow. Thank you. Oh. I'll do it too. We skip this one. Nice. Alright, time to get as much egg as possible. I mean, they're all gonna be Gypsy Ross eggs, so let's see if we can get like a shiny. Ooh! Very potent bird wyvern egg. Shiny, shiny. Mine, 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 mine. Oh, it's a big toad. Toad. Oh my god, what is this luck? Well, it's mine now. I lost count. I don't know how many eggs we have. We probably should go hatch them first? Yeah, we should. Let's go. Oh, there's more quests there though. Let's go get it. That is Paolumu? Don't do it! I'm better! It's technical, so we beat them. But we're gonna do charge tackle here anyway. Bonk and knife? Okay. Why is it so fast? Oh, okay. Hit it again. I don't think we need to 2 times speed for now. This is just a demo. Strong charge slash. Oh, you need... okay. Ooh. Oh. There's speed, so speed require power, right? No, speed loss. Power losses speed. We need technical. Come here, chicken. Let's do a double attack. Topple? This kills. Chicken. That's a lot of damage. I don't want Power Lumu, get out of here. We don't need Power Lumu, it's fine. More Power Lumu on top. Do you see me? I guess I have to fight them. Oh, there's more enemies now. Oh crap. Technical to speed, so we need power first. Oh, we have the preemptive strike. Yeah. I should probably kill the bugs first. It'll be easier to handle them. Only one shot? Nice. They are technical, so we should win. Let's do a double attack. Uh-oh. Oh, they do skill. Attack on this. I didn't see what they do. Get him! Again? Let's do it then. We topple them. Chicken does good damage though. Got him. Easy. Paolo is netting. I mean, we already dealt with Nursilla. This is probably no problem. I love the interactions. Like it's like character to character interactions like this makes me feel very happy. I didn't see you. Bye. Bye. You have a quest I can turn in? Oh, it's the Banabra. Uh-oh.
My
Kidnapped gentleman is in military. I'm assuming the pickles or some sign of palico. Flying when a flying wyvern dove down. Stench of the blue. You like a kill before above. If there's a mistake or drop me. My legs and fall can move too good. Only for me is anything later now I'm resting here. Oh, okay. No power move for me. Uh-oh. Give me items. I want loot. Give me loot. Found them. Well, we did something. I think we should go back and hatch the egg. We killed the Banahabra. Nice. Nice, got him. Alright, let's get back. I should hatch my egg and then... I forgot what is the objective here. But here comes the R1 button. R1 button is good. Tells me where to go. Wait, there's 2 exclamation marks? I think... I have no idea. What's that mega shiny? Tasty looking meat? Ooh. Hatch eggs. Eggs you found can be hatched at the stables up to 12 eggs at a time. You'll be able to name the monsters after hatching, and if you want to change the name later, you can do so with the Manage Monsters menu.
We interrupt this broadcast to announce that Tyra is in fact a very good girl and needs pet pets.
I want pet. Hatch all. Oh my god, it's a spongy boy! God, it's so cute! Oh, it's drone. Monster ring 1 star. What? It's Nursilla? Oh, 3 star. Holy shit. Nursilla is technical. Two-star Gypsaros. No wonder Nursilla can one-shot us. If I bring Nursilla, am I gonna break the game? Monsters table can be added to your party for the assembled party menu of the 6 monsters. Here you can see all the writing actions available for your monsters. The more writing actions your party can use, the easier it is to explore the wilds. The monsters that are currently assembled in your party can be registered as a party set. After registering a set, you can switch to that party at any time. Huh. I only have stealth and ground dive. What did you do? War crime, roar, jump, melee attack. So no one does stealth and ground dive. That's fair enough. I think we bring 4 of them for now. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can release one of one of the Gypsaros. I may have 2 of them. Since I can only have like 12 monsters. Stamina tendency, average cautious? Skill tendency, support hindrance. You have 1 blind, 1 den protector. Oh, that's extra. Ooh. Bye bye. Let's keep 1 of each for now. Oh, this one works too. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is gonna let me come out for the other side, no? Uh-huh. We can swim now, so we can fight Plesioth. There's a little Plesioth. Royal Ludrov? What the attack boost? And the monster den here? Ooh. And a shiny here? Ooh. Do it! Oh no, I was too late. Railroad drop is power, so we need speed here. God, I love Railroad drop so much. This spongy boy is so perfect. Oh, Shimon, what are you doing? Holy, they hurt. Okay, wait, this is kind of bad. Power, power, power. We need speed. There. We need a double attack on the big boy. Oh, they do water surge. I'm dead. The big water surge. I survived, let's go. It's not gonna be power anymore. 2 aiming for me? Hi. Shit. It's definitely not gonna be power anymore. I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be speed. Oh, I can only bet on it. Let's try to negate 1 damage here. Little Jagras are so adorable. Oh, Jagras? Please be speed, please be speed. No, you cheat the fuck! I can never get it right. I can never get it right. I'm dead. I'm not dead. It's technical. We need power. It's a fucking 50-50, brother. Alright, let's do power. Oh. I think Rata might be dead here. Anyway. Are you not weak? How are you weak to that? What? Let's do it again. There we go. It's aiming for me. I don't know if it's gonna be like... Yeah. It's not gonna be a power... it's not gonna be a technical attack then. Help. Return to normal, so we went to technical. Wait, no, it is technical. Wait, what? When it's pissed, it becomes technical? And then when it's not pissed, it's power. Oh, right, it's power. Hi, yeah, my brain. It's so hard to keep track of everything here. Right, let's cut the tail. We got the tail. What are the other parts that I can break? Bonk and Pierce. Let's get Bonk. So Bonk, speed attack. Deal damage to one enemy with further element, inflicting greater damage to parts with repeated use. Inflicting heavy damage to the monster part. Well, hell yeah. Let's bonk the head. The hammer doesn't do this much. Nice. What's with the Fallout lunge? So we need power now. Hammer basics, practically suited breaking enemy parts, and its normal attacks can damage the Wyvern soul gauge. Winning head-to-heads with skills reduces the amount of stamina consumed and increases the damage dealt with the Wyvern to the Wyvern soul gauge. Okay. I cannot write. I don't think it's... Oh, it's aiming. Okay. Speed? We need power here, so... Yep. Yep. Yep, for the dragon. Power, meteor hammer on the bonk. Whoop. Bonk! What? Thank you. Cannot write yet. It's aiming at Rata? I think it's aiming at Rata. It's dead, no? Oh yeah, the Legiana skill. I got a color. I couldn't kinship right. Hi. More shiny. Frozen spear tuna recipe. Oh, we can make a new great sword now. I don't think I'm gonna get a new monster here. Make longsword, then you no one got follow-up lunch. It looks like when Simon did the stance, and then before and after his turn, he would do a follow-up lunge? Is my understanding of the move currently, but I might be wrong, I don't know. It's the first time me looking at that. Situation at the border. Oh, okay. Hime. Hime. This attack with special stance from there. It shows next time you do follow attack after allies attack. After allies attack? Oh, that's even crazier. Oh, shiny. Is there a red end? That's a red end! On the map. How do I get up though? Oh my god, it's so shiny! It's mine now. Super rare then. I'm gonna explore it because I hit the story checkpoint and filter out. Oh fuck. My condolences. Oh shit, that's rough. I need a shiny egg. I need a shiny egg. Thank you? A very potent Tobi Kadachi egg? Or you just straight up tell me a potent Tobi Kadachi egg? But I already have a Tobi in the dome. So if that's Tobi, so it's it's Fang Beast. Like Fang Wyvern. Who is this Fang Wyvern? Is that Auto Garen? There has to be Auto Garen, and this is Zinogre. Wait, no, that's a Bird Wyvern egg, is it? This is Fang. What? Alright, I'm changing this one. I'm changing this one. Sorry. Oh, it's a Brood Wyvern. Anjanath? Yeah, it has to be Anjanath. Uh-oh. Ay. Ay. Hey. Come here. Bitch. Get. Alright, here we go. Bluey Cuckoo is probably not gonna be technical here. Always go for the tail. Just had a shower. How's the Monster Herd Team stories going? It's pretty okay. Alright, now we can see what it does. I'm just gonna keep charge tackle here. Baseball? Still don't know what it does. You got a bunch of bunsties here. Hope you had a nice shower in there. Oh! Excuse-moi, one shot? Oh, it's Nursilla. It's Nursilla over again. Oh no, I don't know what it does. They could be doing power here, but I don't know. You know, what's the fucked up part? They could be technical now. Alright, let's bet on it. Let's bet on it. It's either I die or I don't die. Fuck. No, it's speed. I'm dead. Yeah, that's guaranteed death. Okay, there's speed. It's okay. We just get Rata in because they're using a speed spirit helm breaker. You saw what it does. Oh, they do blaze ball. Okay. I'll give tail. Muri shinaide. They do technical against speed, or yeah, that's right. That's right. Is it an AoE? Oh no, GG. That's bad. Cuckoo returned to normal, so went from speed to power. I think it could be power, no? It cannot be technical because it's a blue yin cuckoo. What if it's still technical though? If it's technical, then power is the way to go? Well, only one way to find out. It's dead or not dead at this point. Please be technical. Please be technical. Yo, get fucked! Easy. Sky High Dive is kinship skill, right? Is it? No, it's not. Wait, is it? I might be able to tank this. I don't think it's gonna do a technical attack now. It's gonna be like a blaze ball or something? It has to. I think it's gonna do blaze ball, yeah. I can tank it. Okay, now it's speed. Oh! They can revive? This game is broken! What? Holy, game broken. I didn't see what the monster's doing. Let's do a kinship skill. It's aiming at us. I don't think I can take another hit. I know it does speed here. I don't risk it. Yeah, don't risk it. Go Retta! Ooh. 1 feet. That's cool as fuck. Nice. No damage, but they have kinship. Did you just do 2 actions? It's aiming at me. It is doing technical. Let's do a double attack. Piercing, this one. Power attack on the wings. Oh right, they do that. Holy animation. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't think it's gonna do maximum tackle here. Help. 184. Holy shit. Did it die from... You died from poison? Yeah, that was not cool. Oh, we take this. We take those. I think we got a rare engine up here. Very, very nice. Oh. Yeah. Hold up. The border's up ahead. This could get dangerous. How? We should access the situation from this overlook. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of barrel. Wow, they're playing drums now. For a demo, this should last pretty long. Another red. No! Can I get the red end still? Ooh, Glyph. Oh my god, knife dinosaur. Oh wait, that's Glyphness, not Angela. Wait, it's wearing some sort of armor. It's from an enemy empire thing. There's no common monster. And what's this weird feeling I'm getting? I don't know. Okay, Hone Glyphness. Oh fuck. It's power. It has to be power. Let's give it a try. Just in case I don't die then. Oh my god, hell yeah, the music! So good! Alright, let's do it. Please be power. How you speak, you fuck? Oh, they don't hurt. If you're speed, we need technical. Go chicken. Uh-oh. Chicken can take this, I think. Behaving strangely? Are you saying that it's not gonna do technical anymore? Or it's not gonna do speed anymore? I don't think so. I'm just gonna do technical still. It has to change. I don't think it's gonna do speed anymore. Only one way to find out. Look! I knew it! Why did I not trust my instinct? I'm dead! Oh! So it became power, we need speed. Oh, thank you. I tank. I don't tank. It's not aiming at anyone. Absolute evasion? Why do you know that I don't? Wait, Simon, why do you know that I don't, huh? Well, there's one thing that I can try is here using shelling. Yeah, but it's bad for both though. Shelling will give me more defense, so I might try that. Yeah, this is stupid. Bounce Scorching Blade. AoE? With such brutal slashes, I knew there's something odd about this Glyphness. We must be prudent. Don't forget to heal. So it went to speed again, right? It's not aiming at anyone. Life powder. Items always act first, right? The music is pretty good. Right, here we go. I don't think it's gonna do speed attack anymore, no? Oh, it does, okay. Got him. Let's take a monsters, they should be fatigued now. A monster's attack are easier to avoid when it's fatigued. Now is our chance to regroup. Reducing a monster's Wyvern Soul gauge to 0 with Staggered. Staggered monsters lose Wyvern Soul stock and enter the fatigue state, making their attacks easier to dodge. If a monster's Wyvern Soul stock is fully depleted, it will be toppled. Oh, it's different. Oh, thank you. What am I gonna do here? I think I'm gonna do speed attack here. Let's do a strong charge slash. Oh! How are you doing? Oh, you helped my hit. You helped my yen cuckoo. Thank you. They're doing speed attack over this. It's aiming at them. It becomes... What did it become again? Power? Technical? Shit, I forgot. Well, only one way to find out. They're doing speed, so it's probably power. Oh. Must heal. Oh, they're doing technical. Nicely played. They're doing technical. Wait, so speed's not it. Technical, we need power. It's aiming for me. It's gonna do flame chakram, no? I don't think I can tank this. No, it's aiming at Ratha. Okay, if it's raining at Ratha, then I'll just charge take up this one. This breaks, no? Oh, Glaive Nusi? Hey, Jake. My Glaive Nusi. Steal! It's mine. Let's just do a power attack. Yeah. Nice. Okay, that's what hurt. It's aiming at them. Let's continue to charge strike. Oh, it's broken tail. Popple transformation. Ooh. Oh, that poison hurts. Return to normal, so now it's speed again. Let's change to chicken. Is it gonna do like a... Don't know if I can help it. Just do a big boy here. We skip this one. I did! Wow, easy! We happen to fuck it up big time. It's okay. It's not that dead, it's just fake death, you know? Like a dragon playing with Kobo. We may have defeated it, but this is all too strange. Come on, we have to look into this. Ooh, sniper? This is a very cool design for glaiveness. Right. That's cool as fuck. Allows you to move to Caravan. Oh, it's Cantavans then. Camp any area, use the following ways. On the field. Okay. It's a fast travel destination. We go back to base. I'm getting hungry again. I don't know how much more of a demo there is still, since it's only everything's kept at level 10. Wait, let me... Advancing the main story. Interacting with a character who has an orange icon to advance the main story. Oh, okay. I'm worried about the glaiveness at the border. Still, you must be tired after that survey. Good work, Your Highness. Are you ready to turn for the day? Advance the story? Ooh, where I can choose to advance the story or not? Wait. We hatch the egg first then. 1 egg. It has to be Glaveness, this one. What? I was right the first time, it's Engineer? 4-star, what the fuck? What? Tiny Anja? Tiny Sniffer. Stamina tendency average, skill tendency support. Stunning stamina max. No crit rate, normal speed, 1-star HP. I guess we can bring Anja here. I guess I'll just advance the main story. Yeah. Yeah. Mustn't put off preparations for the peace talks with Vermeil after all. Alt to Engine F. They're probably gonna say something like, hey, someone killed my Glaveness, who the fuck?
ご無沙汰しております国王陛下。本日は拝謁の機会を賜り感謝申し上げます。
堅苦しい挨拶はいい。我が娘だ。
はじめまして。
お目にかかれて光栄でございます。我が名はフィーロ。女王の拝命を賜り参上いたしました。こちらは女王の妹君にあらせられます。
女王の名代で参りました。エレーヌと申します。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
大役、ご苦労である。
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
現在我々はかつてない危機に直面しています。我が国でも石化したモンスターの発見が相次いでおり、それに伴い大勢の者が住む場所を失いました。土地の荒廃で食物も不足し、多くの者が飢餓にさらされている状況です。この最悪の危機から脱するために、今こそ我々は手を取り合わなければなりません。 国境にまで進軍しておきながら手を取り合おうとはどういう了見か。
まあ待て。仮に手を取り合うとしてどうするのだ。
北限を越えるのです。
北限を越える共にか。
早晩アズラルも我らと同様の災禍に苛まれましょう。そうなる前に共に。
越えてどうする。
北限の向こうにある聖域への帰還を果たすのです。
聖域はもはや存在しない。それに北限の向こうは禁足地だ。何人たりとも越えることは許されぬ。竜人たちとの約定を忘れたわけではなかろ
う。もちろんです国王陛下。ですが着実に我々の滅びが近づいています。大昔の約束に縛られ民が死に、国が亡き者となろうとしているのです。約定とはそうなるためのものではありますまい。どうかご決断を。
答えは変わらぬ。
さようでございますか。ならばこちらにも覚悟がございます。
覚悟とは。
我々が黙って死を受け入れるような臆病者とはならないという覚悟です。決して本意ではありませぬが、身をもって知っていただくことになるでしょう。
身をもってとはやはり戦を交えるつもりか。と横暴な。
述べよ。
フィーロが申し上げた通り、それなりの覚悟を持って私たちはこの場に臨んでいます。ですが、我々の覚悟を証明したところで北限を越えられる保証はありません。双方ともに重い痛手を被り、
自らの行為で滅びを早めてしまうなどとなっては、それこそ本末転倒というもの。国王には今一度申し出を検討いただきたく思います。約定に重きを置く以外の結論を出していただきたい。その結論が出るまで私はここに残ります。
人質になってでもということか。
はい、人質になろうとも。
エレーヌ殿下、それは女王がお許しになりません。
分かってるわ。だからこそ残るのよ。帰って女王に伝えなさい。もしも強硬な手段に出るようなことがあれば、私の命はないものと思ってと。
承知しました。では仰せの通りに参るぞ。国王、この娘の言う通りにしてはなりません。戦の火種となりかねませんぞ。一刻も早く国に返すべきかと。
どう考える？言ってみよ。
私ですか？
Me？
お前はどう考える？
私はこれは私たちの意図したことではありません。人質としてではなく、貴賓として丁重に接するべきかと。
ならば思う通りにせよ。そのもののことはお前に任せる。
任せるって。ありがとうございます。しばらく世話になるわね、姫。
Oh. Oh. She seemed pleased. Begin then Tekken? Not the last time I checked your size. What size are we talking about?
お姫様の世話を頼まれたか。来賓のお世話はレンジャーの仕事だったが。
まあこういう仕事は初めてだな。
自分から人質になったらしいな。何を企んでいる？
いやいやいや、面白い姫君だよ。彼女がいなかったらと考えてみるわけさ。今頃戦が始まってたかもしれないぞ。
That is true.
とか思ったりするんだけど
どうだかな。
とにかくこれは国王直々の命令だ。断ることはできない。
みんなお待たせ。訓練場と厩舎を案内してきた。
素晴らしい施設だったわ。お供のことを考えて作られているのがよくわかった。何より驚いたのは、お供を制御しようと考えていないところね。ライダーとお供の信頼関係がないとできないことだわ。
お供は絆を結んだ相棒だからな。制御するんじゃなく、互いに力を引き出し合うのが理想的な付き合い方だ。
素晴らしいわ。ライダーとして敬意を表します。本当にいろいろと参考になることばかり。もっと見たいし知りたいわ、レンジャーのことを。
それは構いませんが。や
ったー、ありがとう姫。
姫と行動を共にすることは許可できない。
キート、どういうこと？
彼女が本当に姫君かどうかなんてわからない。ビュリオンの送り込んだ資格と考えることだってできる。
資格？そうだったのか。そんなわけないでしょ。とは言っても証明する手立てはないか。キートさん、家臣としてそう考えることは理解できるわ。そうなると私が取れる手は一つだけ。あなた。
私ですか？
そう、姫。あなたはどう思っているの？
あなたは紛れもなくビリオンのエレーヌ殿下だと思います。階段の席で取った行動は偽物ができることではない。
周到に用意された台本によって偽物が演じている可能性もあるわ。
そのようには思えません。少なくとも あの時のフィーロさんの表情からは事前に仕込まれた芝居を演じているようには見えませんでした。
よく見ているのね。
私はそう思った。提案というか、私は見てみたいです。エレーヌさん、殿下の腕前を。ティオ、
言うね、少女。
いえ、疑ってるとか値踏みしたいとかではなく、純粋にであります。構いませんか、エレーヌ殿下。
ええ、もちろん。
どうかな。
異論はない。
同じく。
ありがとう。
Feed you Celeste instead. Eat this one. Steady good. I'll bite your tail off. What? But steady friend, not food. Steady very friend. Friendly food? Oh my god. Don't eat Sally. Don't eat Celeste. Look. Ippy. Ippy Tekken. I don't know if I want to continue playing, to be honest. Like, as much as I want to continue playing, I feel like hungry. Wait, give me a second. Time. It's 6:52. You've been going for 6 hours? Well, yeah. I didn't know the demo could be this long, to be honest. EP Dragon. Yeah, this is a demo. This is just a demo, it's crazy. Maybe I can continue playing this tomorrow for a little bit, and then we can continue playing Halo once this one is like done. But I don't even know if I can finish this tomorrow with the pace that I'm going with this game currently. It's been about 3-4 hours, I think. 3.7 hours according to Steam. 3.7 hours, and I don't know how much more that is, so maybe I can leave this for tomorrow and then we can continue playing this one and see how much more that is, right? Secret Elder Dragons, Secret Deviant, and Secret Monsters too? Yeah, there seems to be a lot for the demo. It's kinda crazy, to be honest. Surprising, honestly. We save here. Just a demo, by the way, holy shit. I honestly thought they might add photo mode. Maybe in the full game they will. Alright, maybe. Hopefully. I like photo mode in this game. Would be nice. I mean, look at all the EP monsters. And then the big bird. Look at that. It's Velt. Wow. There's so many birds here. Wink wonk, Narix, wink wonk. Well, I guess we stop here for now. Tomorrow we continue with this one, and then don't know if we'll be playing more Halo ODST. Yeah, if this one is finished, well, finished to some extent, I think. I don't think I can finish the demo with how many monster dens are there. The main story, I would say, right? Once the main story is finished, I can continue playing Halo 3 ODST. Right? So, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for today. Oh. it shows you the quest. Ooh, okay. Alright, we saved. I think we just quit the game. Yeah. I want food. Oh wait, my Steam has been invisible this whole time? Oops. Oops. I forgot to online my Steam. Who do I raid? I guess we can raid Salo. It's been a while. Salo's been going for 12 hours. Classic Salo. Classic Salo. Going for 12 hours. Holy shit. Gosh, 12 hours is crazy. Then has been going for 11 hours. Wow, holy shit. Well, let's raid Salo. I haven't really raided Salo for a while.
Excuse me, but you are a good girl. Pat, 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 pat.
I like pet. Good. Right, let's raid Salo. I'm gonna plug my stuff real quick. So I have coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee helps. Any donation towards coffee will be towards paying bills for now. So yeah. And coffee helps. Coffee nice. And I'll even let Bernie say something about this as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there, right? And there's also a dragon sipping corner over there because I like dragons a lot. Especially with how caged out I am, I like dragons even more now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow. So yeah, I also announced I announced my stream stuff over there as well on Discord so that you would know when I stream. Maybe there's like a secret stream someday, or just no stream on that day, something happens or something like that. Yeah, anything about the stream, I'll announce it on my Discord. So would be the best place to know more about my stream. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, here's the rate message. Of course, if you don't have my emotes, feel free to use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Maybe don't use more than 4 though. I think that's good. I think that's pretty good. Okay. I am ready to raid. I am also ready to get some food. I'm weirdly hungry. Okay, let me do this. Boom. Okay, let me type in the right to Salo real quick as well. I'm actually kind of excited to play more Masato Stories 3. No, I mean the game looks so impressive. Combat looks so impressive as well. Everything looks very cool. So I'm kind of excited to play more Masato Stories 3. So we'll play more tomorrow. We'll maybe finish the main story tomorrow for Masato Stories 3. And then maybe if we have some extra time or more time, then we can play more Halo 3 all DST. Right? Continue with more Halo, obviously. So I think that's pretty much it for today. So I'm gonna go get myself some food. But before the raid though, and Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Salo. Bah. Gonna raid to another kobold. Because kobold nice. I like kobolds. Kobolds are amazing. Definitely no bias though. Definitely no bias because I'm a kobold, but you know, I just like kobolds. But I think I like dragons more. Dragons are nice. I love dragons. Good gosh. I pressed the wrong button. Where's my music? Okay, there we go. I pressed the wrong button. I mean, I think that's kind of, I don't think there's anything else that I kind of want to. I don't think there's anything else that I forgot to update or something. Today has been nice. I mean, not much has been happening other than me being very happy for the past few days that I started to reach out to more people that actually cares about me. So yeah, I'll be fine. I'll recover from all of that. But yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.